Hello, everyone, and welcome to the series finale of A Tale D20 Presents Urban Shadows with MC Diana Moon on this month of Magpie Madness. Where five friends journey together to tell a story of mythic proportion. I am your host, Tailweaver, also known as Omar, and I am pronouns he, them, and I am thrilled to jump into this finale. But um, before we go into announcements, why don't I just give it to Diana Moon really quick to just reintroduce herself and all the cast who we're playing. So take it away, Diana.
Thank you. Hola, I go by Dynamine online. I use she, her pronouns, and I am the GM today. I'm the one that's making all these people fight against each other or kiss each other, possibly, if they want, of course. Or, throw out more positivity in the world, kind of thing. We are, as you know, playing Urban Shadows set in a alternate San Francisco, technically, with some interesting characters who found themselves 5 years in the future after all the monstrous people have been deemed dangerous and outlawed. And we'll get in a little bit more into what had happened last session. So I will go around the table asking people for their names, their character names, their playbooks, and pronouns, of course, and what they remember last happening that felt very important to them in the last session. And I am going to pick on our positive vampire, PJ.
Hi everyone, my name is PJ McGaw. You can find me all over the internet at PJ McGaw, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, and yeah, that's about it. I guess Blue Sky, but I'm playing Jorgen Giada or Jorgen Giada or whatever version he needs to say in the moment to correct you saying his name. I'm a toxic positive vampire who feeds off people's, I guess, positivity by being toxic. I thought I was winning the speed run to corruption, but apparently someone's kicking my butt in the corruption speed run, and I'm slowly starting to get some actualization and starting to buddy up with Cal, maybe my nemesis. And who knows, maybe me and Jinx might have a thing, but then there was this voice of that girl from the 80s coming back. All I know is that I have a Colt double eagle. I think it's supposed to be like Desert Eagle 357 Magnum in my hand, and whatever it's gonna be won't be there for long. So I'm looking forward to seeing where this goes. Hoping for some combat. Let's go.
Thank you very much, and let's go over to Zeki.
Oh my gosh. Hey everybody, it's Zektown here. Pronouns he, him. I am playing Cal, the tainted. That's my playbook for tonight. And that basically means that I can turn into a demon. And in fact, I took a long time realizing that I didn't have to be a demon anymore. But I think, yeah, it has to be like all of the buddy like rom-com level hilarity that's happening between myself and PJ. It has been such a really fun like yamming together to see what happens kind of thing, and it's been super enjoyable. And I think that I mean, what else do I remember happening? Well, the last thing I remember is Jorgen's uh like familiar voice happened, and we were like about to be taken back to the 80s, I feel. So um and that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of other things going on in the background for poor old Cal that gotta hopefully figure out.
Yeah,
Um,
there's too much of that to pick, so I just was like, let me
no,
just
yeah, for sure. Cal's got a lot going on for them. Next up is Travis.
Hello, everybody. Travis, otherwise known as Zendaric, your friendly local resident enchanter here. And today I'm playing Dr. Claudio, your Trixie Fae. And he is uh, actually, the moment that I remember is playing a little trick and saying, "Oopsie, I wandered into the basement and found a secret." And broke through some barriers and found my boyfriend, mutated with my gargoyle construct friend. So that was kind of interesting and fun. So I really liked how that turned out, and I can't wait to see how that develops and learn a little bit more about it. And of course, I'm here for the, sultry hands behind the neck of Jorgen. I can't wait to see whom that silhouette person is too. So those are my highlights and excitements for today.
Oh yeah. Lots of fun stuff going on with Dr. Claudio.
Hmm.
And last but certainly not least, our resident Southern Belle type.
Hey y'all. It's Jinx. Don't say it too loud. I might give you bad luck. But the last thing that I remember was that I was looking at the TV, the telly, and I saw the person we were looking for, Minnie, and she said that apparently I've been walking around and I've been captured or something, or I've been made to look at as a villain. And I am not working for anyone. I'm not doing anything. So I don't know who this doppelganger is, but I'm scared. Also, when apparently there is some other seductress who's trying to steal my Jorgen from me, and that ain't gonna fly. I sees it and I don't see her in the picture. Also, Jorgen apparently might be doing some weird evil stuff and went all crazy, and I'm a little worried about that, but I'll put a stop to it. I'm not gonna let my friends down. I'm not a jinx like my name says. That's what I remember.
Wonderful. And I forget, do we have another intro video to roll?
Oh yes, yes. So a couple announcement I want to
Oh,
make before we
announcements
jump
too,
into
yes.
it. First things first is we have this week a new prize. Last week fell soon, won the Avatar Legends core book, but this week you could win Wizard Kittens, which is the cutest magical cat card game by Magpie Games. So if you want to win it, and we'll send it to you, type in one word just once during each stream, Magpie Madness, all one word, MAGPIE MADNESS. Magpie Madness. And if you do, by the end of this week, which is the stream for Mask that will be run by the Indecisionist, we at 3 p.m. on Saturday Eastern Standard Time, we will announce the winner. And we will get in contact with you the best way we can through Twitch, email, however we can reach you, carrier pigeon, and we will get your information and send this amazing game. Once again, only once per stream. Please enter Magpie Madness, one word. Boop, boop. We have a mystery game tomorrow that I'll be running. I wonder what that's going to be. So you can catch that tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So the same time we're doing this for Mystery Madness. And then, of course, our final game of the week is on Saturday with the Indecisionists as we play Masks. So should be a great time. But I think that is everything for all of our announcements. Let's shake it on up. The anticipation is killing me. So I can't wait to jump into tonight's series finale of Urban Shadows. Cue the intro. All right, take it away, Diana.
So last time on not Glee, but Urban Shadows, um, our party had found themselves finally somewhere else, trying to get to the bottom of everything, because they had a coded message from um, names are just what out of my head from Cal's technically unofficial ward, even though they are demon tainted. Um, with Minnie to go to the nearby Amoeba Music store, where they would find her. Because Amoeba Music, being mostly of records and CDs, still passes the test of time and is still around, even when there's like a little post-apocalyptic situation happening in San Francisco. And they all get there, and Cal is actually talking to Minnie and trying to find out what the heck is going on, why she did what she did, along with his brother, apparently. But as that was happening, also, the others were kind of looking around, maybe being helpful and seeing if, making sure this isn't a trap, because it still could be a trap. When good old Jorgen gets the blast from his past by having a feminine arms wrap around him from behind in a very familiar feminine voice, welcoming him because it's been a long time since she's seen him. And the thing is, he had known her before he had become a vampire, but it wasn't the only time he'd seen her since then. And we're going to do something really fun that doesn't happen very often in Urban Shadows. We're going to have a flashback. Not to the 80s, no. We're going to go to the 90s, where a certain Fae may have met a certain vampire for the very first time. And how this all connects, maybe, possibly. So, in the 90s, what kind of music was Jorgen into and to doing all of his feeding and thralling?
Okay. I think I mean, the obvious answer is like Nirvana, right? But at this point, I don't think he was fully into that toxic positivity vibe yet. So, like, he would try to balance his Nirvana out with things like, oh God, what's that song? Like, No More Rain? You know what I'm talking about?
I'm good when I hear music. I'm bad with titles.
He goes like, all I can say is that my life is
Oh,
pretty
Jesus.
plain.
Yes.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Flashback.
So it's like a 1-2 punch of Smells Like Teen Spirit and that. And I think he's just trying to figure out what identity he needs to resume to consume. And he's just a weird 90s mess right now.
I mean, the 90s were a mess. We can all attest to that. Claudio. Were you Dr. Claudio in the 90s at that time?
Oh, absolutely. Dr. Claudio, by this time, was very well known. Has many patients in back alleys.
Very fascinating. I think partly because maybe you do like the music, maybe there was some patience here, but I think you had a lead at this time with your Fae Court. Don't you have, if I remember correctly, a jealous sibling?
I do. I do have a jealous sibling. I have a older brother, and he was given more power than me, and I owe him a debt for that. But he's not fond of my freedom because I get to do what I want.
Yeah, I think you still have friends in the court. They can't contact you very often, obviously, because no one wants to be under the ire of Queen Titania. But it's not like you did anything that terrible, technically. It's just all, you just
It was
gotta
a
lay low for a few hundred
mistake.
years, and then
Yeah.
Titania will forget about it and all that. And
Yes.
so you were given, this clue that your brother was going to be at this concert, and then that maybe if you finish that debt for him, he'll get you that little lead in, and then you can finally go back soon. Everything that was going in the 90s, tech was booming, internet was booming, anything was possible in the 90s. So that's why you're probably there, right?
Absolutely. And I was there to pick up the new Princess of Pop's album. I love Britney Spears. She can hit me, baby, one more time. I love her.
You were the one that was collecting the Britney bands, right? The equivalent.
Yes, yes.
I guess they would be slap wrists back then.
Yeah, oh my God. Yes, the slap bracelet.
I'm here for this.
We're all
nostalgia,
showing our
yeah.
age, everybody. Don't worry about it.
They made a brief comeback in like 2016, I want to say, and then they just
They did.
never showed up again.
Yeah. But yeah, so Jorgen, were you still going by? Did you have an alias? I mean, in the 90s, most people had an alias.
Yeah, no, I definitely went by an alias. Oh my god, I'm trying to think of the most 90s rock star name possible.
It has to be super grungy.
Right. Okay. I went by. Man, this is really tough. I'm thinking like Dave Grohl, Kurt Cobain. I'm thinking of all these like really just names. I think I went by like George Grok. George Grok. And the joke was,
Excellent.
gee, that guy can rock. George Grok.
Fantastic. So yeah, this music is playing. It's very like kind of like a chill. It's one of those weird like chill high vibes. Back before we had the whole lo-fi kind of thing going on. And this would be very much the Live 105 alt rock like concert festival, and that's when they had like like Green Day and all others coming in for like a whole like whole night of different music, different areas, and so you're just grooving through and everything.
Is this
And
Woodstock 99?
no, our I'm like completely blanking as I'm also remembering it, but Live 105 was our alt rock station in the Bay Area. It's no longer an alt rock station, unfortunately. And they would have like in the winter it was like a play on Silent Night, but it was all like, just alternative rock bands and everything. And you would get an eclectic mix, and it was really a really fun time back then. Um so yeah, so and it would be at the Bill Graham Civic Auditorium, which is downtown San Francisco, and yeah, there would just be different stages. People would be playing until late night, and you're just like Jorgen, you're just there grooving. Although you're going by this other name, which G Rock is what I'm gonna remember. So G Rock, Grok, um, and yeah, there's just you're trying to figure out like what's my vibe now, like how am I gonna draw in. There's so many like you don't want just the you don't want McDonald's, you want like grade A meat kind of like style of feeding. So I'm gonna need you to roll to I want your eternal hunger as you're like picking out people in the crowd.
Ooh, what's the dice roll for my eternal hunger? I don't think I. Hold on, I'll find that.
That's
Hold on.
rolling with blood.
Yes, I'm so good at blood. Okay, hold on. That's a 10.
Nice. Yeah. So you get all three. You heal, you take well, since you're not harmed, you could take a +1 forward to your next roll. The secret you learn about your prey, and your prey doesn't even realize you're doing this, is you're getting like all this, you're kind of mass feeding because you can right now because everybody's touching and grooving and everything. There's definitely a mosh pit going on towards the front, and this is, I think, is when you start to realize like, oh, people need more positivity. Like they're here for the alt rock, for the anger, and like like I'm just a kid, kind of Blink-182 bullshit, and everything's like this is what I like. It's starting to form in your brain like what Jorgen Giada is going to become. But you also pick two very interesting like secrets. One is both of them are the same in the sense of like, God, these humans like it's not like this at home in my Fae court kind of like vibes. One of them has a really interesting accent in their head, and the other one has a more like British kind of accent. It's a little odd, but if you go towards one of them, you might get something you don't get to have very often. It would be like the Kobe beef of like I'm using a meat metaphor because I'm hungry, so I apologize.
That A5 Wagyu, let's go.
Exactly, So you're heading, I presume you would head towards that, like, curious?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And Claudio, you how do you like are you in a like just like kind of like a zero in kind of mode of like must find brother, must take advantage, or are you just enjoying everything?
Oh no, Dr. Claudio knows that I have to be banished for a long time, so I'm glad that he's here and I'm looking for him, but I really like the Red Hot Chili Peppers cover, so when they're playing, I sort of stop and jive to them too, because I like when they sing Suck My Kiss and Under the Bridge. They're my favorite songs. So I sort of like just stop. Like I am looking for him, but I also stop and enjoy the music too, and sort of like shimmy to myself in my own way.
Excellent. Yeah. You're having a good time. And I think you don't realize you're exuding this kind of like fey energy because you don't get to see you encounter there's plenty of fae in San Francisco. You've encountered other courts and everything. And they generally regard you as nice, but it's that very much like customer service nice because they feel pity for you for being courtless.
They know I'm in trouble, so they're yeah,
Yeah.
they're acquaintances, not quite friends.
Exactly. And but obviously there's not many that come from your court. And you can just sense like you're enjoying the song and you can sense your brother very close. And it's kind of like this weird thing that they don't really realize they do. It's like you emit an aura, like almost like animal like
Like pheromones.
pheromones, yeah, to like for other fae to know like, oh hey, we're around. And your court is a very powerful court. Like Queen Titania, there's not many other courts would go against her, and Grok, this scent is just too good, it's too good. You go towards it like even though you just fed, like you just had all this energy fed to you, Jorgen, but this is something like almost like a desperation that you will not have this sense again like of this like perfect blood, quote unquote, until decades later from a certain other character. So you kind of bump into each other, and I'll let you guys have a little bit of this moment.
Ooh, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to bump into you like that. I was just jiving. I love this song so much. I mean, grooving. What's the word they say? Sorry. My name's Dr. Claudio.
Gotta take the hit. Hey, listen, it's A-okay. Look, we're all here to just hit the best tasty groove we can get, and I think you're getting tasty, and I like that for you.
Oh, tasty. What funny language you say. Where are you from? What was your name again?
I'm from Seattle. Yeah.
It's rainy up there. I like the warm sun here much better.
The warm summer's nice, not gonna lie, but like I feel like the rain has its own kind of like vibe to it. You know what I mean?
Oh yes, don't get me wrong. I spent many years in rain. Lots and lots of bad times after things happened, But I'm back in the sun now and listening to the good music here and driving. It's fun, you know. What's
Yeah.
what's your favorite part of tonight so far?
I'm really loving this amazing like energy. Everyone is coming together and just really like sticking it to them, having like they're just getting that out of their system. And I think that's great, but I'm also vibing like, whoa, you got something different going on, my guy.
Oh, um, would I know that he's supernatural at this point, or would he be giving off any vibes?
Good question. Let's see. I think yeah, because you've been in San Francisco for like at least 100 years, 150 years by this point. You definitely sense that he's not human. Not necessarily maybe because I don't think his type of vampirism is very common.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe not Peg as a vampire, but definitely.
Oh, so you're not one of the mundane here. That's why I think I'm special. Yeah, I like to have some fun too. I'll lean in, I'll say, I'm a tricksy fairy.
I lean in and I drop the like San Dimas High kind of accent and be like, and just kind of be like, yeah, I'm just kind of feeding right now, and I'm not really sure what that means. I'm kind of new.
Oh, I have only met one of you long time ago. I have had a little bit of fun.
Oh, did you like? Did he feed off you? Did you feed off him? I don't know how fairies work.
I mean, a little bit. We both. I mean, I don't really get the benefit from it, but I had a little bit of him. He had a little bit of me, and then he went crazy. We had a grand old time for like 3 days. Are you interested? This party is seeming kind of dull compared to you now.
I mean, not my scene, but
I
I'm just trying
will
to adapt, right?
flip my hair back and like waft it in his face as you sort of see this like golden mane like shimmer with like glitter.
The inner hunter, the inner predator is getting a scent of something so different, so unique, and he's so new, so he doesn't know how to handle it. And you can just hear this immediate like, okay. Let's just party a little bit. Let's just get to know one another, right? Like we don't have to like be here. Everyone sounds like Pearl Jam here anyway, and I can listen to Pearl Jam at home. So what am I doing?
Right? Come on, let's just
Yeah.
go make out behind the speakers. And I'm gonna
Sure.
like walk over to where there's a secluded area.
And yeah, Jorgen, it's been a good 10 years since you've been a vampire. So it's not like you're a baby, you know? It's not like you haven't had a case where you've accidentally extremely harmed someone since the first few years, you know. But as you're following Claudio and you get to have a taste of what it is to have like someone who volunteers on top of that. It's not too often. And a fey energy. There's this familiar smell, a scent that you didn't realize you could actually even identify as an individual person wafting through the air. And you turn your head and you see someone who still looks really good. She still looks fantastic. She definitely looks older, but you think you see Starla. And she doesn't necessarily, she's like looking past you, like she's looking in your direction, but she hasn't spotted you. But it almost feels like she's looking into your soul, you know? And it drums up feelings you didn't have for, since you last saw her. But of course, there's Dr. Claudio, all ready and waiting for you. So, while this isn't part of Urban Shadows, I am going to steal something from my other very favorite game, which is Good Society. I want to give both you, Jorgen, and Claudio a point in which you can either use it for your corruption, use it as XP, so you would mark one of the circles, to, instead of rolling to combat this, Jorgen, and of course with your permission, Claudio, you go to this distinctive fey and just take everything.
Yeah, out of character, definitely with Travis's consent. I think that's gonna be what he does because I think like that may or may not be Starla, but this is definitely a once in a lifetime opportunity. So I'm gonna.
Yeah, I think I would have asked. I'd have you make me a promise before though. Promise me one that you're not going to actually kill me, and two that this is more than just maybe not like a one night thing. Like that we'll be friends, but this could be we're special. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then I would be like, ha ha ha. And maybe the first time I would turn for a kiss, but then I would absolutely let you sink in.
This is like a total college hookup. I'm here
Yeah.
for it. So yeah,
We'll
I
have
go
to
with
think
the
of which song is playing in this slow mo of you giving into your urges, and yeah, you make the promise, and you intend to like, yeah, I'm not gonna kill him. There's no reason,
yeah.
but it does get so close to it, and that's why you owe this debt to Claudio, and why Claudio maybe trusts you even after all these years because, you know,
Okay. I got a weird suggestion, if you will. If I can steal the camera and play director for a second here.
mhm.
So I think we start off at a very wide master shot of like us meeting center frame, right? With your back against like the speakers or whatever. And then the chemicals between us by Bush start to like blare and overpower the narrative as the camera just slowly like starts like having these very like sporadic jump cuts getting closer and closer. The kissing is like just a close up of the lips, this passionate exchange of lips, and then suddenly just a close up of mine as I smile very evilly, and then just like scant like Dutch angles go dramatic as like a green acid overlay. Chemicals between us still pumping, and then just like the last second, close up of your eyes, dilate, grip my hand. That's the cue. I pull away. I'm tripping balls. It's like oh god, what's that one drug movie that was so big in 2000s with Marlon Wayans? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I was thinking of the Raver movie, but I don't even remember the name of the Raver
Requiem
movie.
for a Dream. It's like Requiem for a Dream, but at like a sleazy rock bar.
Good movie.
Yeah.
Yes.
And while this is happening, and yeah, Claudio, you do get the sense of like, oh shit, am I actually going to die? Like, someone's willing to break a promise with a fae, and then it's just like you're just teetering, and you just kind of go like your vision is blurry as like you're filled with you're not sure what now because again, Jorgen's kind of vampirism is very interesting in how people react to it when they survive. But as you're like looking around, you see your brother, and your brother's staring daggers at you. Brother has no idea that you were on the brink of death, but your brother kind of gives you a look, and you hear in your head his voice. It's like, I see you're enjoying yourself. I see you have no reason to come back. And he leaves.
Oh
Because he
no.
was there looking for you.
Oh no. Dr. Claudio, so sad and dying. He's upset and probably passes out. And I would like to say it's probably at this point, it's the Red Hot Chili Peppers Under the Bridge, and it's he gave his life away.
Nice.
And yeah, this memory happens. Obviously, it was more present in Jorgen's mind of, because yeah, that was the last time he saw Starla, and he didn't see her again. And you were tripping out on Faye, Faye energy. So all that, and Claudio, you just get a sense as like you're watching everything going on, like something significant here, and you just can't put your finger on it. It's something very fey is going on that's not you, and again, you're like, what the heck? But we're going to just switch the camera a bit again to Jinx. Jinx, you're witnessing a strange woman, a very. She is still wearing like, I guess it would be like the 2000s versions of what they thought the 80s looked like. The 80s, 90s like era, like, so not straight out of time kind of thing. So it's a little bit modern, and just her arms all around. And right now, Jorgen's a little bit like frozen for a second as he's processing what the heck is going on. And you do see in the background, even though you're hyper focused on this, you do see Callus speaking to Minnie and everything. But what is your instincts?
Well, the first thing I'm gonna say is I see that Cal is probably talking to someone who I should actually be talking with, but my attention is pulled directly to Jorgen and whoever this hussy is. As I step forward and say, "Excuse me, I beg your pardon. Who are you?"
She turns to look, and the way she turns, it's like kind of like she's brushing Jorgen's like neck with her lips, like very possessive, and leans her chin on his shoulder. And it's like, oh well, I'm someone you can never be.
Well, probably you're right. I mean, who would want to be you? I mean, you look like you're dressed out of the last decade or so, and you're just waltzing in here touching on people who obviously don't want to be touched. And I will pull Jorgen away with my gloved hand, so I'm not using my powers, and try to yank him off of her.
And she lets you as long as Jorgen actually wants to be pulled away.
Yeah, I think I'm kind of in a confused state, and I will go along with that for sure.
I push Jorgen behind me. Once again, I'm asking kindly, who are you? Name and what is your business here? We are very busy.
Well, I'm here to finish a promise dear Jorgen gave me a few decades ago. Don't you remember, baby?
Baby.
Sorry, Starla. I have broken a lot of promises and I've forgotten even more. You're going to have to be a bit more specific.
Sorry, 1 second.
I know she's not trying to walk up in here calling him baby. No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Just saying, folks, get you a girl that can do both.
Sorry
Get them
for
to be
that
sweet and
brief
kind and be like,
interruption.
no, it's go time.
So yeah, you asked that, and she does like a very playful pout, like, oh, you don't remember. And she just shakes her head like, and Claudio, what are you, as you bite into food, sorry.
Dr. Claudio needs a snack. He's all low on blood. I think that
Sorry.
I am actually sort of just like woozy with like my back up against the stage, maybe witnessing this. So I'm like sort of around, but like I don't know. I was just totally like drained. I'm basically like
Oh no, we're
loopy.
back into the present.
Oh.
No, right.
I was like, what
Sorry.
timeline did we jump
I was
to?
like, what timeline? Sorry, I must have skipped. Sorry.
No worries.
And do I know what court she's from or anything about her?
You can roll for that.
Oh, I would love to.
Yeah. So that is put a name to a face. And I think, hold on, let me double check my notes here. You're going to be rolling power, actually.
Oh, power's not too bad. Power's a +1. Oh, that's a 6 on the dice, so 7.
Yeah. So that's a
Yeah.
partial hit. Yeah. So on a hit, you know their reputation. Will tell you what most people know about them. When Jorgen said the name Starla, that's more what pings you, because Starla is a very specific name. You don't really hear that anymore as a name or as a nickname or anything like that. And you have heard amongst your friends and everything, their supernatural friends, that there has been in the last few years, 5 years ago, someone up and coming in the power community that claimed that they were a wizard, but that could see the future. And generally, as far as anybody knows, usually only oracles can do that. Wizards can do very tiny little prognostications, but they're not as stable as oracles would be and such, and it takes a lot of them, whereas for oracles it's just everyday kind of thing. But yeah, there's this wizard coming up that has promised these things, has also promised, since this is modern time, in the digital tech like NFT Bitcoin kind of world of like this is where it's originated, and she's become something of that. You would also know beyond that that she is a very what's the word I want? Not crude. Shrewd, that's the word. Shrewd businesswoman. And generally not the kind of person you ever wanted to like associate yourself with.
Okay. Is she courtless? Like fey courtless?
Yeah, she's fake courtless. You don't know. You sense like there's a after image of Faye on her, but she doesn't seem Faye to you. So, but it could be more that maybe she's protected by by a Faye court, or
Got it.
was once in the past.
Or once was. Okay, thank you for that. As I see sort of this happening, Jinx pulling away from Jorgen, and I'll say, "Oh, I think I heard of you through the channels. You're another courtless fae, but what are you really? Are you're I heard your reputation is you're a wizard. But do you actually even know fae magic? And you're an oracle. What are you doing? Stay in your lane."
And she laughs and she's like, "What's the fun in staying in one's lane when you can have everything? See, that's what Jorgen here promised me, that he would give me everything, that we would become rock stars, and that I would be his." And then he disappeared.
Well, you clearly made a bad deal. You shouldn't have promised yourself to be fame and money from a young rock star. He's so famous now, though, but too bad.
Yes, he stayed doing the thing he. And she kind of like trails off a little bit. He never aspired to be better. And she's staring at you, Jorgen.
Jorgen is fine the way he is. I don't know how long ago you knew him, but he is a changed man. So I'm sorry, miss, but you are no longer a part of whatever connection that you had with Jorgen. We are trying to save the god dang it world, or at least all of San Francisco, and fix things the way they were. And you were just standing in our way. So once again, what is your purpose to being here, if you don't mind?
And she smiles and she's like giving you a look that's very much like, "Aw, cute, puppy's trying to play." And I am here exactly for what you're saying, standing in your way to make sure that he does not make another mistake that will cost him his life or soul or anything like that. You think you're trying to save the world? We're making it better.
You call this a better world? Where the mundane seem to be attacking the innocent supernaturals? Look, I may have not accepted my history, my fate of being a supernatural, but this world is not what it's supposed to be. And you will not stand in our way. We're going to make things right. And Jinx will take off her glove and reach out and grab her for the first time, using her powers like aggressively, as she has been corrupted and now has the eye all seeing. And I would like to use my corruption ability, eye all seeing, to just grab onto her wrist, and I can mark corruption and suffer one harm. So let me check that off. And to have a vision about the situation at hand. Ask the MC a question. They will answer honestly and take one ongoing to act on the information. I don't trust her, and I saw that vision with Jorgen. Is she here to corrupt Jorgen? Is she going to cause? What is she? She's here to stop us. I want to know how she's going to stop us and how to put a stop to her stopping us, I guess.
Yeah. Let me just make a note of that in my notes. But yeah, you reach out, you grab her, and like blood is falling from your nose and everything. And I think for Claudio and Jorgen, you feel like a crackle in the air as this is happening. And we're going to cut back to Cal, but give me one moment for notes, and then and then you'll get your answer.
Oh yeah, of course. Just blood dripping from my nose. I'm grabbing on her wrist and squeezing hard as I channel that power.
So, Cal, do you remember the last thing that was happening? You were talking to Minnie,
Yes.
and I believe she was feeling very frantic and everything.
Yeah, and I believe like the last thing that I asked her was like, how did she even get involved with my brother?
Yes. And I actually have that note, and now I understand why I wrote that there.
Perfect.
When you write notes where you're like, yeah, I'll remember what this means, and then you're like, wait, what? Yes. She kind of sighs and is like, well, see, there's this anonymous group on, and we did touch on this a little bit in the previous one because we had the whole joke about like who uses Tumblr anymore.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah. And it's people who've been, touched by demons. And I guess what I described as, you following me all the time and all this and me being paranoid, I guess your brother knew it was you and reached out to me. And, well, he's very charismatic and convincing, and the way he talked about you was that you chose to forego your family, and she kind of trails off, like looking at you like is that true, kind of.
I'm back in human form now, right?
Yes.
Okay.
It hurt a lot, but you got back.
It did
in
hurt. Yeah, I
form.
remember. Yes, because that was my first harm, I think. And okay, listen. Everything I have pretty much ever done has been for my brother. And I haven't, well, I guess now it's add 5 years to whatever it was before that I had seen him last. 8, 9 years or years ago from today. We had grown apart.
Right. I mean, I definitely believe you more now than him after all these years, but maybe he was also corrupted a little bit. Maybe he has
That
his
wasn't
version.
how it worked. I got my power saving him. It was my deal.
And she kind
bargain.
of nods. I shrugs. He just seemed very angry and just about feeling that you chose Kelly over him. And well, I got angry at the fact that I never met Kelly. Instead, I had you all over the place, and I I got angry, and I acted like a child, even though I wasn't a child then, not a child now. And he convinced me if we did this, if we caused such disruption, not destruction. It wasn't supposed to be a destruction. It wasn't supposed to be all of this. And she kind of like looks towards where the little mini fight's happening and is like, huh. But then shakes her head like, that's not my problem.
Yeah.
And it was supposed to bring Kelly here. It was supposed to bring them here so I could have a conversation with my parent.
You could have just talked to me.
didn't seem like you wanted to tell me anything. You always make these elaborate things like that day at Dia de los Muertos where you were pretending to be a security cop.
It was part of my job. You were my ward.
I didn't ask for that.
I didn't either. But it was my duty.
Well, at any rate, it didn't work the way it was supposed to. Kelly,
Yeah.
I don't know where Kelly is, and I know that your brother got most of their power.
What? What?
And then Duramo just started taking over everything and incited with some of the other vampires and some of the thralls of. And she looks over at Jorgen. It's like, and finally recognizes, because again, Jorgen, you made a space for yourself. Like, you're known in San Francisco. And it's like, his thralls rose up. And
His?
yes, they all had the weird tomato shirts on and everything.
God damn it. Why is his future the one where he gets sweet underlings?
But so I've been stuck being the stupid mouthpiece of trying to round up. They're taking everybody's powers and making these weird, because she doesn't see Starla for some odd reason. Even though she's looking in that area, she just sees Jinx and Claudio and Jorgen having a weird ass conversation.
Okay.
You do see Starla, you do see the other person.
Got it.
They're making like these weird meta-humans. I don't understand what's going on. Once I heard that you were back, I thought I'd killed you, to be honest. I thought that maybe there's a chance we could fix this.
Well, I didn't really go anywhere except for here. This is where you sent us. We have no idea what's happened in the past 5 years. And that is, I guess, a good summation for the atrocity I see outside. But how the fuck did you even get that spell?
Your brother. He's spent the last few years.
Like, he had to have gotten it from somewhere. He never told you where it came
I'm
from.
presuming it's from Duramo.
Of course, it's fucking Duramo.
Yeah. Everything. I didn't realize that. I mean, it could be maybe your brother's also being puppeted or
yeah, it wouldn't be
bamboozled
the first
like
time.
I was. I don't know what that means. She mutters. But yes.
I have a complicated history with Kai. It's just not surprising.
Well, yeah. Well, I guess we all have complicated issues with our family. But he said the blood that was within me could power the spell, and I didn't know the others, and I didn't really know you, and I was just angry. You all were supposed to die. Like, it was supposed to take your bodies, your energies, your everything to open the portal to bring Kelly here. And that didn't happen. Instead, all the wilds got wild temporarily. They went, like, they couldn't control themselves for weeks. And of course, the humans, us mundanes, well, I'm not a mundane anymore, fought back. And there's more of us than the others. And none of this was supposed to happen. And I'm sorry.
Do you still have, like, was it on paper? Do you have a copy of it? Can we, like, deconstruct it to send us back so this never fucking happens?
Yes, we'd have to go. I do have my own little safe space nearby. And I hid it there so that your brother Kai or Doramo wouldn't find it. They just think I'm sentimental to this area.
Okay.
But I have to go soon. Your Kai, ever since you showed back up, he's been super paranoid for good reason.
One last thing. Do you know who that person is?
Claudio, everybody knows Dr. Cloud. You, Dr.
No.
Claudio. Jorgen.
How many people do you see over there?
3.
Got it. Never mind.
Are you okay? I'm assuming time travel or coming back from the dead would mess up with your head a little bit.
I'm not dead. Well, not really.
And I think at this point, like, she does turn, because, like, she sees Jinx, like, reaching out with, like, an angry face and everything, like, grabbing thin air in her mind. And it's like, are they okay?
They're... I'm sure they'll be fine.
And we'll go back to, yes, so the questions that you asked Jinx. Jesus Christ, my brain. Is you get flashes instead, and it's not that often that you can get you do get past memories because you do have the ability to, but because you're intending for what the current and future, that's usually what happens. But you do get past flashes of in the 80s of a very young, definitely very human Jorgen and Starla, like, dancing and rocking out, and like, you get to see Jorgen's actual true smile, not the multi-marketing smile that he gives to everybody, you know. And but then it flashes to currently, and she is talking to someone that looks very similar looking ish, like, to Cal, like, definitely familial relation person. You've never obviously met Cal's brother, but you have a good summation that this could be chatting with Starla, and it's all mumbled because, like, you're angry, you're doing this aggressively, but you do catch a few words of, like, the future of humanity will punish them, and then you see Starla, like, in kind of a Captain America kind of, like, contraption of when he got his superpowers, and her being, like, injected. And then you see another figure that definitely is very Fae. You don't recognize them at all. A very Fae figure standing over and giving Starla some, again, you can't hear all the words, but you do hear, like, giving her a promise that she will get what she wants.
And I hear Jorgen saying this.
No, this is, like, some other Fae.
Oh, it's some random. Okay.
Yeah, this is some other Fae, but you know what she wants is Jorgen. Like, you just, like, she doesn't have to say it or think it, you just inherently know it. And the reason she is here to stop. My light just went out. She is here to stop Jorgen from going back to the past, to stopping this. Because there is that, as Cal is finding out, there is a strong possibility you guys could just fix this, just revert this back. Or in some case, even though you get the feeling that there's still going to be consequences, it's not going to be obviously a perfect rewind kind of thing. And she still has the ability to turn him, because he had so many thralls. He was so what's the word I want? Successful, that even though he technically died and was pulled from the timeline, his thralls were still thralled, and they worked for him with his last missions that he gave them, which was to spread, but that got mutated into, like, to wanting to get rid of all supernaturals because they were competition. And so, yeah, she is here to stop, to grab him, to utilize his feelings and memories from being a human in the past. The fact that she um, she can connect to his sire, and that's all she needs to do is take him to his sire. Because she enjoys this world. She enjoys the fact that she is technically, as Claudia was kind of feeling from her, all the different supers is one now.
And do I happen to peer and see the future that I saw before with Jorgen being looking like he was evil, a traitor? And is she connected to that in any way?
Yeah. So you as you're like feeling the ache and the pain of like connecting and being aggressive, you see that scene again of Jorgen as a possible future, and that she's in the background, in the shadows, like looking more monstrous herself. And let me just double check the lines and veils just to be sure I don't touch on anything.
Thank you.
So in that scene, like he was talking and he was being evil, and she's in the background, happily being in the background at the moment. And she has one of those like jar cases, and in the jar case you can't, like, it's just like there's liquid and there's a shadow of something in there, and you just know it is Queen Titania's head. Like, you can't see it, you just have this feel, like, you know, it's just like this shadow of like liquid and such inside, and she's grinning. Starla is grinning, and then you are pulled out.
Since I'm using a corruption ability and it's so much more, not only are her nostrils bleeding, but her eyes are bloodshot as well. Like there's like little like pools of blood coming out as she leans over, holding her knees. No, you are an evil woman. How did Queen Titania? And we'll look on over at Jorgen. Jorgen, stay away from her. Stay far away from her. She planned this. Her and some unseen foe. I don't know who it is, but she wants you. And she is a monster. Destructive. She will be the downfall of us all. She wants to stop us from going back to the past. She is sick in the head. And I think she killed or will kill the Summer Queen. Dr. Claudio. We have to stop her.
When he says that she might kill the Summer Queen, Dr. Claudia's fey nature flares up again, and his hair, it lights, like it's almost in flames now. Because I am a fey of the Summer Court, and I am, an outcast, but I am still a Summer Sun fey. And I say, you will not touch my queen. Banished or not, I am a fey, and I have honor. Back away. And I will sort of like step up and sort of like take a aggressive pose, and like my hair sort of like alight and like almost like it's a flame itself.
Excellent. Did you maybe want to let it out, possibly? Or are you trying to stay calm?
Can I defer this? I want to see how Jorgen reacts before I react.
Sure, yeah.
I want to like assess the like split second moment by moment. So like if he, depending on how he changes, I might change how I feel.
So, so hearing Jinx, hearing all this happen, I look Starla right in the eyes, and I say, Starla, baby, come on, my little rock and roll show. You want to mess with my food? You want to mess with my cult? You want to mess with my thralls, baby? You want to mess with me? Come on. I know we can make sweet music together, but you can't do that. I will do anything for love. And I reach and I pull out my desert eagle, put it right between her eyes, and say, "But I won't do that." And I'll pull the trigger.
All right. So that is obviously turned to violence. Roll with blood.
I'm so good at blood. Let's do it.
And from your flashback, I'll let you carry over the +1 to also.
So I might have to pocket that +1 because with my blood, this is a 12.
Damn. Okay.
I don't know if a 13 will do more harm, but the gun will do 3, so I don't know.
Yeah. So on a hit, you inflict harm as established, and your opponent chooses one. They inflict harm on you. They put you in a bad spot. They create an opening to flee. But on a 10 plus, you can also choose inflicting terrible harm, take something from them, or create an opportunity for an ally. So obviously, we know your you like not necessarily completely point blank shooting, but very close. That's going to obviously hit. But what of those choices would you like first?
Oh God, can you run them by me one more time?
Sure. So you can choose to inflict terrible harm, which is usually +3. You can take something from them, and that could be physically, mentally, however you want to interpret that, or create an opportunity for an ally.
Okay. Ooh, I'm on the fence because like I would love to do more harm and do 6 total harm to this person. I don't know how much harm we all have as characters, but that sounds like a lot. And if I was going to take something from them in true horrible person fashion, I'd want to take their voice from them. Because this is a Desert Eagle, a Matthew 357 caliber round. If it's going into the head and they're not dead, I imagine a chunk of their jaw is going to blow off in the process. So, I'm going to ask my teammates, what do you think is more valuable here? 6 harm and mathematically get her close to being dead? Or 3 harm and just shut her up for good?
I could take a harm. I could do 3 harm too.
Okay.
If you make an opening.
And if you crit, that would be another 6 harm, give or take?
I mean, when I touch her and use my magic, it does 3 harm.
Yeah.
You know what? Yeah, let's Voltron this. So I'm gonna put the gun to her head. I'm gonna say I'll do anything for love, but I won't do that. Pull the trigger. I'll do 3 harm and create an opening so that we can just start to teamwork her to death.
And I will say, if I can, I would like to let it out because Jinx was totally like freaking out, hairs are like bloodshot eyes, and just like full on witch mode.
Yeah.
I feel like oracles are sort of like witchy, and plus I'm wearing like the witch outfit. Anyway, really feeling it. I'm going full on,
Yeah.
letting it out.
Definitely roll with spirit.
Okay, and I'm good at that. My lucky D6s. All right, that's 9 plus, I believe, 2. Let me just check my sheet. Yes. So that is 9, 10, 11.
Excellent. So you can ignore the corruption or the complications. Which one?
I'm ignoring the complications because corrupt me.
And which let out move are you doing?
I'm gonna do is it twist frighten or impress when you're not challenged or powerful? I want to challenge a powerful prophecy from beyond concerning her. I prophesized that she was going to go and kill the queen and also make Jorgen evil. So I'm challenging fate. I'm twisting fate. No, not here. What do we say to the god of fate? Not today, Satan.
Yeah, and I think like she like stared at you, Jorgen, as you pulled the gun. She didn't flinch when you pulled the gun, almost as if she knew this was going to happen and everything, as if she could weather it, you know. But then there was Claudio doing with grabbing her arm and withering her, and Jinx doing like this let it out move of just like this strong prophecy and generally for everybody to know, you all have 5 harm. You could always negate by taking a scar, but that permanently hurts your other rolls. It's something you could always do at any time.
Can
This
I,
is a
Can I describe my flavor now that Jinx
Oh, yeah.
has done
Go
her
ahead.
part? So as Jinx shouts out that she's challenging the gods of fate and said that Titania would die, I will say, "This oracle is on my side," and the flames that were sort of alight now get even more red. And I guess I could channel Let It Out or choose Wither, but I don't want to harm my allies, and my Let It Out sort of harms the area. So if I won't do that one. So as I do that, instead of it being like just like a poisonous fey wither, it's the full fury of the sun, and my head starts to glow so bright as I grab her. The energy of the sun itself, a heaping ball of light, just lights from my eyes as I grab her and channel this energy into her, and her skin just starts to burn and glow, and she like literally fires up or heats up from the inside out, and then slowly turns to like ash. Your fate is sealed.
Yeah, she wasn't expecting this, and she turns and like in shocked, and she finally sees, like, you all see the horror as she realizes all the meta-ness that's come upon her, all her like being able to like channel wizards and werewolves and vamps and everything, can't really, you know, wasn't expecting this. She thought she had an easy job here, and so she just screams, Jorgen, your actual name. And yeah, she, like a vampire, like a typical standard vampire, she turns to ash and becomes a puddle, like not puddle, pile on the floor. The only thing that's there that isn't turned to ash is a bangle, a very 1980s style rock star bangle that you had given her, with the inscription, like a cheesy lyric that indicated, like, like I promise you kind of thing.
I'm gonna bend down and pick up the bangle, just kind of look at it. Baby doll, you were just a bad ride. Part of every other bad ride until now. And with my vampire strength, I'm just gonna crush it in my hands like dust. Let it just kind of powder out of my hand. Blow the rest. And all we are is just dust in the wind. All right, guys. Well, I think that's enough of the 80s throwback for me. Checks the magazine, pops it back in. How about we stop the end of the world? Huh? That sounds like some positive actualization I think we can get on board with. Yeah?
It's all right with me. Spit on the ground, like, rest in peace, you bitch.
I gotta stop and like put like a little thumb on your cheek. Just kind of, that's the energy I love to see. And I just start walking over to Cal and going, "Hey, Caliber, big shoots. Where do we go from here?"
So the perspective that poor Minnie has was seeing like three supernaturals like just converge on this spot here, and she saw like it was like the sunspot afterglow of a being there, and then ash, and Minnie looks frightened as fuck, right? She's like, Cal, what's going on?
I'm not sure, but they just... Well, there's a lot going on. It sounds like one of your metahuman people knew my friends. And is probably... Well, I wish I could have questioned her now that I have my information. Hey, everyone.
Dr. Claudio like shakes the flames out of his hair, and it like similar to like the glitter when he's like has his glow aura, and goes back to, "It's okay, it was a tricksy fae, she was a bad lady, take my word for it."
Minnie
Yes.
hides
Care of
behind you,
it.
Cal, by the way. It's just like, yeah.
Fuck, Claudio. She might have been able to help us set up the spell to send us back.
Well, now that's a predicament we find ourselves in, but it's okay. Oops.
Well,
She was a
that
bad lady.
well,
Jinx.
eh, it's just eliminating options.
Mm.
That is what. And I like step to my side and like reveal Minnie again.
Uh,
Minnie,
Hi.
there. Hi.
as misguided as she may have been, is trying to help us. And we need to get to her spot so that way she can give us a handwritten set of notes and or directions to set up the spell that sent us here. Maybe we can deconstruct it, go back, make sure none of this, whatever it is, happens.
Well, I can say, wiping the blood out of my eyes and my nose. I can say that I did see a future that I hope does not come to pass, and she is better off as ashes than being questioned. You couldn't trust her, not at all. Looking back over at Jorgen, but she really wanted us to die. She did not want us to go back, but she feared that we could.
Jinx,
So there is a way.
Jinx, do you remember the last time you had one of these visions?
I mean, yes.
And
But bad things
how,
happen to people that I touch.
and how off base you were about me?
I'll admit that my interpretation of the vision sometimes is off.
And
but,
you're sure your interpretation was right this time?
I mean, you saw how she looked at George. I mean, you saw how she looked at us. Where there's that evilness and vigor,
And she threatened to Tanya.
She
That's
threatened to
when I
Tanya.
said no.
In
Well,
the future, she will, and my dreams do come true.
Not anymore, she won't. We changed that fate. And I go to like give Jinx.
I like would like to kind of take a moment as we're getting into this discussion because I think this is something that Cal would regularly do as he would be looking after his ward often enough. And I think that at this point, I need to either escape a situation or keep our cool because we are outlawed in this city. And there was definitely something not normal just happened and is in this highly controlled space that we're probably being watched on cameras with.
Yeah.
I would like to escape a situation because, and then I will like RP my rationale or whatever, but I would like to try to just get out of here because I know we're not going to have a lot of time before Doramo himself shows up.
Yeah, I'll allow it. Like, yeah, you are at the moment the more level-headed of the group.
Yeah, it's like I didn't have that conversation with them. I'm just like having my own revelations that like I'm dealing with.
Yeah. So my question would be: is this escape situation for just you and your ward, or for everybody?
It would be for everybody, and I'm gonna look at everyone as we're like, you know, having what should probably be a very private conversation. Probably very loudly in the middle of a record store. At the very least, we probably warped a bunch of records with that show of light and heat, and are going to be at least responsible for paying for several records. And I don't have any cash,
Yeah.
so
All of Andre 3000's latest album that just dropped got burned.
Stop it.
So there's now no more record of him having a new album.
Oopsie daisy.
This is worse than anything that's happened so far in this entire adventure. I digress.
Yeah, so yeah, I'd say you can do this. You roll with blood for that. Generally, escape a situation can only happen when an opportunity is given to you from another move, but at the same time, all of this
Okay.
is happening concurrently, and it makes sense. Like, no, you have assessed, and you like, I want to get out of here before that situation actually happens. So
Okay. Because I feel like keep your cool would kind of have been like a reaction before the conversation started to kind of
yeah,
like sneak us out. So I kind of feel like it happened and now we have to like escape.
yeah, keep your cool is more for like for you not to do something irrationally or vamp out or anything like that. Yeah.
Got it. So I
Generally.
will. Ooh, that is an 8.
Okay, yeah, that is a partial hit. So you get away. So you're gonna gather everybody and get away, and you have to choose one of those bullet points. But on a partial hit, I also get to choose one. So for the audience, you suffer harm during your escape is an option. You end up in another dangerous situation. You leave something important behind. You owe an NPC a debt for their aid, or you give into your base nature and mark corruption.
Ooh, the last two are so tempting. I think I'm going to. I think realistically, to fit the scene, owe Minnie a debt for kind of saving whatever face is possible as this like poster child for turning in people like myself, and like have her kind of like talk us out of the situation with whatever security or whatever is in this record store.
Yeah, that makes sense. And then I think, mechanically, you're going to end up in another dangerous situation, but that's technically was going to happen anyway. So it just gets a little bit more dangerous, and it's not
Fair enough.
immediately. You don't
Okay.
realize it, you know. So that's the option I'm choosing instead of you getting any harm or anything like that.
Okay.
So yeah, Minnie kind of whispers to you, and that way you can RP like how you guys leave. She's like, "My bodyguards are going to be here any minute. I don't know what we want to do."
We all need to get out of here now. And Minnie, can you please just like talk your way out of this with us and just say like we're with you and we're some of those metas you were talking about?
Sure. And Cloudo, you're back into your human form? Okay. 'Cause
Yeah.
she just looks at you oddly, and then she, as much as you can wipe the blood away, Jinx, you still look a little, you know. It's like,
Disheveled.
yeah. Yeah. I think I can do something. Just none of you talk. Well, and she kind of just looks at you, Jinx, like, you do look like our doppelganger. So,
Yeah, we're gonna have to talk about that once we're out of here. So please keep that thought in your mind.
yeah. How about this will work because how about you pretend you're unconscious and one of the others carry you, so that way we don't have the bodyguards be any worried about, being our Jinx after all. And you do have blood, so it would kind of make sense.
Hide me. I mean, I guess. If that's the best way. Jorgen, would you mind just carrying me?
Yeah, of course. I don't know how much vampire strength is needed, but I'm just gonna pick you up with one hand, gun
Oh, yeah,
still
no.
up in the other. I'm just like, I feel like a goddamn superhero right now. I can do anything. Let's go.
This is you very close with Jinx, so you're gonna have to roll keep your cool, considering the connections you have with Jinx's essence and all that.
I have to not feed on her. Okay, here we go. Ooh, that's not good. That's a 7.
So that is a partial hit. I will tell you what's going to cost you. Let's see. You obviously don't feed on her. You just hold her closely and everything. And it's a very temporary. It's just like a brief, like very much like I've read too many web mangas lately. A very brief like sense of like the feelings, like you were able to cut off Starla pretty quickly, but there was still that lingering feelings that you had of Starla, the past Starla, obviously not the dead Starla. Um, they kind of, with all your emotional vampirism, kind of get a little twisted in your head, and only for like 5 minutes, and then it clears up. But it does make you think about it, where you're wondering, what if you and Jinx got together in the future? Like maybe that taste you want isn't your vampire sense. It's more of like of a knowing her sense. And so you're holding her a little bit more carefully. And of course, Jinx, you would maybe possibly interpret this as like, oh, is there mutual feelings?
He smells nice.
So yeah, so that little bit of scene happens where Jorgen's a little confused of, is this food or is this something else with concerning Jinx? And yeah, Cal, you're behind Minnie, and yeah, as soon as you guys get out in the back alley of Amoeba Music, her guards are there, and they're very much very buff, like what was the competition that Arnold Schwarzenegger used to be in?
Strongman?
Yeah.
Mr.
Universe?
Mr. Universe.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, you
They look like
universe.
they would be candidates for that, like very big, very tall and everything. But all of you get a sense of weird supernaturalness. Like you can each, like, Jurgen, you can sense something vampiric about them, but not actually. Cal, you specifically sense the taint of Doramo on them. And Claudio, there's a lingeringness of like they have fate protection, but not of a specific court, which is annoying because that's not supposed to happen. Like a court is supposed to protect anybody that they promise to, not this generic thing, and it irks at you. And Jinx, you're a little distracted by being held by Jorgen and pretending to be unconscious and everything, but you get a pull of like it's kind of like and has happened when you've met a couple of other oracles in the past, and it's not the oracle's personalities necessarily, but it's like the nature of like it's like two divining rods wanting to butt up against each other kind of feeling. Like it irritates you just a touch. And Minnie just talks to them, is like, everything's fine. I got lured into a trap, but everything's okay. There's nothing in there. If you want to go investigate, but we need to get to. I'm tired, and we have to do that broadcast later tonight with who. So if we could just lead me to my safe house, please. And they look at each other, and they kind of look at Cal for a second. Like Cal looks a little, obviously the familial stuff, but they're like, huh, and they shrug and nod. And you all head out. And they do stay behind to investigate because she did mention trap, but she did that purposely so that they don't follow you all. Going towards her safe house, which is like an apartment complex some blocks away, and you guys are going by foot, but not terrible. It's downhill, so luckily you have that. You're going towards the sea. So we can just, I assume, Cal, you don't want to talk while moving or waiting until.
Yeah, I feel like I don't like, especially seeing what just kind of happened. I don't really trust talking about this stuff, especially with like what happened with Jovita and how secretive like she was. So I think I'm just gonna like use that and take that lead to kind of just not talk about anything too obvious.
Do you see? Is your like tension obvious?
Yes.
Um, as because I and we know, sort of know that we have like a walk and talk, and so time to talk and plan would be good. So seeing Cal all nervous, I would like to say, I want to hold hands. Can we hold hands as we walk, please? And I'd like to grab onto Jorgen and Cal and sort of like link arms and let it out.
Okay, yeah.
I'm scared and I don't like this place and I need my friends. And that is not the greatest. It is 6 plus spirit 1 7.
All right. So you will mark corruption because it is a partial hit. Um,
I would like to create a telepathic link between myself and my friends in my arms.
okay. So I think so it is costly in the sense that you will like yeah, you'll be able to do this where everybody can talk to each other telepathically. Um However, I think you're just gonna get a -1 roll in your next roll because because you're cut off. Like even before, there was always a connection to the Fey realm and all of that and everything. And everything's just been so cut off. You're basically drained. You, unlike Jorgen, you have no way to refill yourself right now. So
Yeah.
you are like you're tapping out basically with your Fey magic.
And I just used a bunch, so I
Oh,
slowly
yeah.
regenerate over time, and I'm digging deep in the trenches. Okay, I will put a -1 little baby die right here. And then you guys hear in your head, hello, it is Dr. Claudio in your minds now.
Can
We
Jinx
can-
also hear this?
Yeah, I would
Yeah.
think so.
Because
Okay.
she's connected to Jorgen at the moment, so by osmosis.
Oh,
It might sound
got
a
it,
little
got it,
bit.
got it.
It might sound a little more distance to you, Ying. Jinx, Jesus, sorry, Jinx. A little more distant their voices, but you can hear them pretty well.
Gotcha.
Okay.
I figured we would need to plumb up with a plan, and I don't like the bodyguards. They feel like Fae, but not Fae, and I don't like them. I don't like their fake court. It makes me mad.
I think it's also good to have a safe time to talk with just the four of us. So Minnie was trying to kill us
Oh no.
because she was very angry with Kelly, her mother, my patron, which is why Minnie was my ward.
Oh no.
And turns out my brother been hanging out with Doramo.
Oh no. It just gets worse and worse. Can
Yeah,
someone, Jorgen, can you talk for a moment?
Do you
I'm
want
so
it,
sad now.
Jordan? How
No.
can you make this fucking happy? Because it's not right now.
I'm so sad right now. I didn't want to die. I don't want to be killed.
I mean, is that like a genuine request? I'm afraid if I do this, I may feed on you all by accident. Which, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm very into. But I just want to make sure, like, is that what you want?
No, we need energy. Could you give reverse feed? Can you feed us, please?
Oh,
I'm
no,
sad.
No, ew, I don't do that. That's
Why?
not my
It's,
vibe.
it's the exact same as every other time you vomit positivity everywhere.
Jinx, make make us happy, please.
What? Did you need something? I'm sorry.
Pay
It's my-
attention, please.
What- I'm sorry. I was the distract. I'm just playing the part of the damsel in distress. What did you say?
Minnie was gonna kill us, and we're sad now.
So you can hear me right in my thoughts. Yeah, Kale. What and why? And are you sure this should be someone we should be conversing with? I mean, she tried to kill us.
Yes, and she also just wanted to talk to her mom and was trying to just summon her mother to her.
by killing a bunch of random people.
I
That
don't
seems
think-
kind of not nice, even
I don't
for mean
think
devil.
she knew that was really gonna happen exactly. Maybe a little,
Maybe a
but
little.
maybe just like us or me.
Just us. It's getting worse.
I think when I say us, I mean the people who were standing conveniently next to me when it happened. Because I think that ultimately my brother is pissed at me.
Oh, don't even talk to me
And-
about brothers. I hate brothers.
I understand. We've talked about it. And also, I just feel bad for Minnie. She just wanted to talk to her mom. She didn't know who I even was really, except that I kind of was like stalking her, she thought. So she was really like well intentioned. I can't be too upset.
You have such
If-
a weird family, and I thought I
It's
was
not-
weird.
I mean, that's not really family. I mean,
I
I guess.
know. Well, maybe that was the problem. You should have been a family.
My brother didn't want to talk to me.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Kayla, I understand, and although yes, she tried to murder us, take it from someone who doesn't know any of their parents, their birth biological parents. I would do anything to find out where I came from, to see my mom, my dad. I had siblings again. I don't even know who I am. I I understand where Minnie came from. I mean, I don't approve or condone that choice, but I do understand it.
Yeah. And she's trying to make it better. She's trying to help us get sent back. I've already kind of been a little harsh with her.
Good. I feel a little better. Continue.
But apparently she has the spell. And we're going to the apartment now. We'll get the spell. We'll deconstruct it. Claudio, obviously, you're Fae. You know all magic stuff, right?
Yeah, that is. No, I mean, not totally, but maybe. I mean, I
mean,
know magic, but we'll see.
We can work something out. I mean, with your Fey magic, my oracleness. I mean, we have Cal's demonism. I hope that's all right for me to say. And Jorgen's vampiric prowess. I'm sure we can muster something together.
I'm
Get it back.
nervous though. What if it was all of the wizards that went disappearing and they like wrote some awkward incantation? I think that is probably like a bad deal if that's gonna be the case. I don't know. I have to see the root language because it really depends. I hope it works out. I don't want to stay here anymore.
Look, in my grimoire, I might be able to find something. I am missing a crucial page that I was hoping Titania would finally return to me, but I think that regardless, I may be able to find something to guide us.
You have that with you now, right?
Yes, it's in my pocket.
I have a sinking suspicion. Let's get to this apartment.
So, I think as you're all having this conversation, I believe everyone but Jorgen at this moment kind of was sharing a little bit of intimacy. So let's do a round robin of intimacy moves. We will start left to right in this of the Fae. So when you share a moment of intimacy with another person, demand a promise from them. If they refuse you or break the promise, they owe you a debt. So, Claudio, you can ask this from Jinx or from Cal.
Cal, promise me that we're going to use the spell for good. Don't let Minnie cloud your mind. She was going to kill us and everyone. Promise me you will choose me over her in the future.
Can I rebuttal with a secondary promise to you?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, because the
Amend
other
it.
option is if you refuse or break it, then you would owe Claudio a debt. But yeah, you can
I
negotiate.
can bargain. We can negotiate.
You need to swear to me that you will protect her. She's sticking out her neck to get us back to where we need to be. My brother has become some kind of monster, absorbing the powers of people like us.
That's what that lady was. She was like 3 people. She was like a
Yes, well,
fae.
imagine if, like, 100 of those people had all been combined into one apparently evil brother.
Okay, this is 1 for 1. I will promise you, I will help protect her and try and save her, and you will choose the group, the greater group, and the greater good, should that time come. Deal.
And we shake on it.
Excellent. And then we'll go to Jinx. So for your intimacy, you gain a specific and clear vision about the person's future. You can mark corruption to ask the MC a follow-up 2 questions they must answer honestly. So again, your choice. Do you want to know something about Claudio or Cal?
I feel for Kale and being so close to someone who lost their mother. I want to make sure, and his brother, and I guess arch nemesis, whoever Doramo is. I just want to make sure that Cal's gonna be okay, that he'll get what he rightfully deserves in a good way, because he is a kind soul.
Yeah, you realize the vision you have is a little. It's one of the. You don't get them often because usually, even if when you're wrong about interpreting the vision, they're usually a lot of like certainties, unless you actively like go against it. This vision is one of the few where it's like it's too up in the air. It's a good, strong possibility, but it's not set in stone yet. And what you see with Cal is a moment where he's holding his brother crying, and you can't tell if his brother is unconscious or elsewise, but he's holding him crying. And then you see, along with that of Cal, a very interesting, like very confused, like he's looking at Jorgen in a very specific way that flares you up a little bit, like, huh? And it's still one of those like, but this is like after everything's done, like you could tell this is like, so, like the background of this is like a party, or like like maybe you guys are having like we saved the world kind of like thing. And yeah, there's like this, you witness a very intimate, and it could mean of any interpretation, but an intimate moment between Jorgen and Cal at this party. And but you do see, despite everything, like in these, that Cal does seem better, whether or not they're still tainted or whatever. They do seem like there is a good possibility that Cal can have a happy ending from here, but it might be at the cost of a little bit of a sacrifice.
Okay, it's gonna be okay. I want you to know, Cal, that I may have just recently met you 5 years ago today, however it's considered, but I've never felt this close to any group of people before. I've been alone damn near all my life, and I see you as a true friend. In the future, if you need me, know that I'm there for you, no matter what. In your darkest hours, know that you have friends behind you, Cal, to hold you up. This I promise you.
Thank you, Jinx. Sometimes it's easy to get lost and feel like you're all by yourself. It's good to know that sometimes you're able to find the people that become almost like family.
Chosen family.
Chosen family, yes. I've known Claudio for a while, and I've always kind of been at odds with Jorgen since you heard about him. You know, it's just what happens. But I'm glad that we met 5 years ago.
Yeah. I'm glad too.
Sorry you got dragged into all this. We're definitely going to find out about this doppelganger thing. We'll make that a priority once we get inside.
Thank you. Don't you worry about me. I got 3 of you to help me. I know that now. Friends. It's funny saying that word.
Yeah, it is. You'll get used to it.
Kind of like it. Also, Jordan, he smells real nice, and I am quite enjoying this ride. I mean, being carried. You know what? I'm just gonna lay here. Uh, is my thoughts still connected? You can hear me? Oh.
Yes.
You're,
The thing
you-
is you
you
can't
hear
have
back.
private conversations with anybody.
Uh-huh.
You hear back. It's patchouli oil.
Oh, you heard that? I'm just gonna just die here. It's all right.
you'll
It's
learn
okay. I'll
about
bring you back to
mental
life when we
mics.
get to where we need to go. It's okay.
You'll learn about mental mics eventually. That's what we call this.
Mental mics, I like that.
Versus Magic Mike with Channing Tatum. Now that was a hot one.
Oh, you're bringing back memories.
Oh yeah. Then Cal, yours is more of a mechanical thing. You can choose to take. You get to take someone's debt that they have on someone else. So from Jinx or Dr. Claudio's. And it's just one debt. You don't grab like if they have 3 debt on somebody, you only grab one of them.
Okay, yeah, it doesn't like take the whole stack.
Yeah.
I think with that promise that I made with Claudio, I would want to do one of Claudio's debts.
Do I pick it, or how do we do this?
You guys can negotiate. Like you can offer one like, oh, would you like this one? You know.
Are there any that fit more than others for the situation?
Potentially. So I am keeping a piece of things hidden from a powerful member of a different circle. And I owe a debt because of it, so maybe you can take this burden from me.
As long as you promise not to hurt the girl.
My word is my bond.
And I am curious. You've been hearing this conversation, Jorgen. You've been silent because you know you got a little distracted with Jinx, like, and what those thoughts are. But what, again, stealing from another game, I'm giving you a bit of a monologue token. What is your thoughts right now as you guys are almost there?
I'm self-aware of the precipice that I'm reaching internally. Seeing Starla, meeting Jinx, going on this journey, seeing my past, present, and future keep colliding. I'm in this really weird headspace about what am I turning into? I've become a successful hunter because I've been consistent with who I was. And I mean, even just a few hours ago, I was already just throwing away toxic positivity for the sake of just actually taking, ownership of a situation and trying to push it forward. So I don't know. I'm very unsure. And I think a lot of that unsuredness is why I'm not too verbose right now. Plus, the way I look at it, this group they have dialogues. They know what's going on. I don't know Cal's brother, not very well. I don't know Drama, not very well. I've been kind of too busy and self-absorbed in my own things. I'm not going to be rude and interject. But I have a feeling something's coming, something really big. And from what I've heard, Cal might die. That super sucks, bro. I just started liking you. And I don't know. There's just so much to process. And sometimes it's best to process in silence. figure it out later.
Yeah. Excellent. Thank you for that. Yeah. Luckily, the walk is uneventful. To outside eyes, obviously, very eventful in all of your minds and everything. And you get to this. This is the first time you've seen, besides the way that the city campus was. The first time you've seen anything that also looked very out of place, like this a little like apartment complex that would hold like 3 apartments or something. It was like converted from like an old Victorian style type of thing. It is all guarded up. It has like, very typical, like almost as if they were expecting zombies kind of way that this has been has been rigged up with like steel bars with like little pikes coming out and everything. She had stopped everybody to like pull out her phone, and there's like an app where like you felt like you hear like the buzz of maybe like electric fencing or something going down or something like that, or maybe magic, because there are digital magic apps out there in the world. Um, but yes, it looks very out of place, out of tune with everything. She doesn't look at you all when she does this. It's like, all right, we can go in now. It should be fine. And yeah, as you're all walking through, similar to what happened with Jovita, in the sense that you know you're going through a magic barrier and it all tingles you, but you don't have to roll for anything. You guys go through without a problem. And and yeah, she leads you to her apartment. It looks very lived in. It looks very scattered. There's definitely um, it looks like she's been trying to figure a way to fix things. She didn't think of reversing like time travel because again, she thought you were all dead. It's like, okay, how can we get this so we can get stuck at like bring San Francisco back to what seeing what else is happening out there in the world. So she has all that scattered and everything. Junk food, old all over the place as you all enter here. It's like, all right, I have it in a hidden board. I want to go and try to get that. I think I still have food. If you guys are hungry, tired, Jinx, maybe you want to wash up in the bathroom. If you need clothes, we're kind of similar size.
All right, I can use for a change of clothes. You have anything in black?
I have a few things off black, maybe.
All right, that'll work. Jorgen, you mind put me down?
Oh yeah, of course. And I was kind of like, almost like I'm adjusting a basketball in my palm, and kind of, and then one arm around you, gently place you on your feet.
Thank you. I'm gonna go wash up in the bathroom, and I'll grab something. Thank you, Minnie. And I proceed to head and get cleaned up.
Yeah, and while I do enjoy giving little cliffhangers before we have our breaks, I think it's just nice to have a very calming break before the storm, you know? So yeah, I think we're ready to have our 10-minute break.
Alrighty. Awesome. Well, whoo! All the action has already begun and the drama has set in. So we're just gonna take a quick 10-minute break before we jump into the final half of the series finale of Urban Shadows. Don't forget that if you wish to enter in to get the Wizard Kittens card game, go ahead and enter Magpie Madness, one word, into the chat only once per stream, and we will announce the winner on Saturday during our game of Mask at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But with that, stay tuned, and we'll be back in just a moment. See you in a sec.
Goodbye.
Welcome back, everyone. So let's remove the bookmark and continue our tale.
Yes, as we last left off in the break, everyone's finally arrived to Minnie's little bit of safe house. She didn't mention it was more of like a fortress house, but and you all are having a moment of respite again, yet again, before you know something's going to happen. Cal did have the good idea and sense to like let's leave Amoeba immediately. Um, it does everybody feel like you do have the time to like just relax for a moment, but you all do feel like this needs to be done soon, before more complications show up, before more people from our past show up, possibly, and everything. And it will take Minnie a good 5-10 minutes to get to where she does have the stuff for you to look over and everything. So you do have now not having to be linked anymore in Claudio's mind, to chat, to relax, and come up with again more of a plan. So I'll give you all a few minutes to digest and explore and eat and change and all that good jazz.
Jinx will come out of the bathroom, picked up maybe I don't know what mini style is, but definitely like a blackish shirt versus not this weird Puritan like dress that she normally wears. Her hair is wet and more hanging down because she washed up. Wearing would you say Minnie wears like more like pants, a jean skirt, or what would be her style?
I think it's mostly pants, but there were a couple of skirts in there that looked like they hadn't been worn in like a few years and everything. Definitely, Cal would have noticed her having back then more of like the attempted punk rocker kind of look. So it's like a punk rock kind of skirts if you're interested.
Yeah, that's the vibe that Jinx will put on. So she has this kind of like punk rock, all black ensemble, at least as close as black as possible. As she walks out there, um, uh, much better. So, everyone all right? What's the plan?
Well, it sounds to me like we're having a moment. We're about to hit the final mark, but I think we're a little not sure about how to do it just yet. It sounds like Minnie and Cal's brother and Dormo. It's a bunch of moving pieces here. We have a set location for where this final stand is going to be? We do, right?
Do we?
So that's the thing. We don't.
We don't. Okay.
But
Can
don't.
can we do what we do now and maybe start with the papers that are here?
We'll definitely do that, but I think Jorgen is right. And maybe all of the time he spent organizing parties and whatever is going to pay off here.
Good energy,
Not just good energy and good vibes.
like a ley
But-
line, extra magic lines.
Remember the spell that sent us here? How big it was?
Yes, it was so big.
Yeah.
Well, that took a lot of preparation probably, and we don't have a ton of time. Maybe Jorgen can get his like cronies to help set it up once we figure out what we're doing.
What a great idea, Cal!
My thralls are still loyal. I didn't know when to bring that up because I didn't know when that was going to be needed
Minnie
to mobilize.
kinda-
But
Broke that to me.
yeah,
I will
Jorgen,
say.
do you usually? Sorry, real quick. Do you usually have your phone on vibrate, loud, or anything like that?
oh man, I feel like if it was like the
Yo.
worst thing possible, it would be like on loud and it would play I don't know something. But I think since waking up in the world he's in and kind of being on high alert, it's on vibrate only.
Okay. So much things have been going on, you know. You've been very distracted. You finally realize that constant buzzing feeling wasn't because of feeding. and such. Your phone is, ever since Hovita gave you all the abilities to access your phones again, your phone has been going off constantly, Morgan.
I check my phone and see what it says.
It's a bunch of your thralls wanting to know where you are.
So if I was to tell you all that we could mobilize an army to get this done, what's one thing you'd want them to do for you?
I mean, what do we need to get this done? Hopefully, they can get it.
I
Well,
remember there was a giant circle or
Lo-
giant pentagram.
yeah, that's what I was just gonna say. There are so many runes like all over the place, so they're definitely gonna have to like, I don't know. Maybe we can like pre-write it on like post-it notes, and they can all run around and put them out or something. But I think we're gonna need lots of people to do things.
Okay. Okay. I have an idea.
Spray paint.
If y'all know the runes and all the different things, go ahead and let me know. But what I'm gonna do, so I just start typing. I first of all, I take all of them, I put them into one group text, and I say, into one group text, and I'm just like, surprise, besties! Guess who's back? Dot dot dot. Sun emoji, sparkle face, smiley face, something else. Look, sometimes you just have to like just get away from your problems and recuperate. And after spending a lot of time on myself and working on me, I've decided it's time to stop running away and it's time to run towards, big caps there, I think the solution that'll help us all out. Dot 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 dot. So I talked to some people, you might know them, Minnie, Starla, some other folks. Don't worry, we're on great terms now. And I think it's time to get the old band back together. Maybe make that symbol like 5 years ago. Remember, any magic is ours if we take it and put our intentions into it. And together, and with all your help, we can make the most intense and wonderful things happen. Dot 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 dot. Delete, delete, delete. GIF. Old Spice GIF commercial. So let's work together and let's make the power work for us. Exclamation point, star emoji. Gone but never forgot you. JG, send.
That is beautiful. I love that.
Make sure you add more details to come.
Keep those eyes peeled. Side look emoji, side look emoji. More details coming. I miss you, my Tomato Valley. I miss you, my little crops. Send.
Ugh.
They eat that shit up. I wish. I regret so much. But hey, here we are.
Fair enough.
I almost want to give you an advantage just for how brilliant that was. But yeah, sorry. Jinx, you were gonna say something?
I mean, um, Jinx forgot. I was just mesmerized by that text. But what a nice text to write, Jorgen. Oh, Jinx, I remember now. Yes. One thing I want to say, just so we're all honest and clear with one another, is that in one of my visions, I did see you, Jorgen, standing on a stage talking to a whole thrall of thralls, I guess, and you definitely were not yourself. Now I'm sorry, we already have removed that little uh, temptation that we call you know what? I don't remember her name anymore. Uh, exactly, but there's still someone else there that I couldn't quite make out, and this just seems to be following that pattern. So just remember who you are and remember your friends and just be careful. That's all.
Remember your promises. Can I see the incantation now?
Yeah, hold on. Wait, did you say you wanted to sing it or say it?
No,
No,
see it.
Minnie has it.
Minnie
My
have the
bad.
papers. We need to figure out. We need to. What did you say? Deconstruct it.
I mean, I've never done this before. You can call it whatever you want to call it, but I figured if this is the spell that got us here, we should be able to rearrange it to send us back.
And it's at that moment Minnie does come out and she has like these huge scrolls of like definitely paper that should have been crumbled because that's how old and dry they are, and a couple of things, and she's like, I forgot how much it was, so much. And she comes over and she kind of like uses her foot to like clear off the coffee table and put the scrolls down and rolls it open, and you do see the diagram, the pentagram that was on at city campus and everything, and a bunch of other things that Cal, you would recognize one of the languages as being one of the demonic languages because you had to learn demonic language, and everything. But there's a couple of others that seem much older and such. And you do see, though, even though it's been years and years since you saw your brother's handwriting, you do see some like side notes that is your brother's handwriting, and such. And she's like, "This is, I mean." It was my blood that started the catalyst since I am part demon after all, and but it was Kai who did so much of the prep work, and I just never thought we could do it again. It seemed like it was a fluke, you know?
Claudio, maybe we should work backwards and start with his notes. If we go to the things that he thought was important, maybe that'll help us figure this out faster.
That's a good idea. Is it
Yeah.
at least in English? Can we read it?
His notes are in English, yes.
If you want, I can give him out of the scrolls on the notes a little touch, see if I can skim it a bit and see what I see.
Oh, you know how to cliff notes a document?
I mean, what I mean is I can use my psychometry to find out any secrets it might have or any hints, clues that can guide us properly.
You go right ahead. I'm gonna read this part because it's not demonic.
All right. Well, you read, I'll touch. Hold on one moment. And I would like to roll psychometry to see if I can, when you examine an interesting object, because these are very interesting, I can ask one of at least 3 of 6 questions, or if I roll high enough, one. Well, one, or if I roll high enough, 3.
Yeah, roll your spirit.
All right, that's 4, 5, 6 plus 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
So yeah, you can ask one.
All right. What's the I'm kind of want to know what secrets or mysteries has this object been privy to.
Okay. Let's see where to begin. Many, many secrets. You were kind of like overwhelmed with like what's going on. It's kind of like how you know the Marvel movie logo like flips through the pages very quickly and everything. It's kind of like that kind of sensation of like so much to process. Because this scroll and this spell has been around for hundreds of years. So it takes you a few minutes to like process like what is relevant to you, and part of you do witness you see a couple of demons actually. You're not sure when in time this happened, but it seems to be important. A couple of demons, one that has a very like foggy like exterior and everything, looks very much like an imp type that you would see in fantasy, and you see another demon type creature with horns, very feminine kind of like outline, and they're talking, and seemingly because they're talking demonically you can't understand them, but from the tone and feel they seem to be like they're friends, they're companions and everything, like, you know, there's like, oh, like, hey, how are you doing, kind of. That's the feel you're getting from that. And and it's kind of and then it switches to just um the fog like demon, who you're getting to realize it's probably Carl, like seemingly sleeping and everything, resting somewhere. Everything's like there's no discernible objects or shapes, and he suddenly like sits up and everything, and for a moment you're just thinking, do demons actually sleep? Do they need to sleep? Kind of thing. He sits up and they're like, oh, those idiots, like, and like seeming, and the the vision kind of rumbles as he's trying to like grow into this large, almost eldritch being caked in shadow and smog and fog and everything. But then he gets zapped because he's too late. He reacted too late, and it's like a reverse fog machine of like all the smoke and stuff coming away, and all you see is this very skinny and frail being, not human, not anything, as he collapses to his knees and everything and huffing, and it's like, this is not good for the city. And he takes a deep breath and then he fades away. You get another vision of the other demon creature, the one that's more like feminine looking. That's the feeling you get from them as they're seemingly running through something otherworldly, as they have their phone and constantly texting. And you have a feeling probably Cal they're texting, just like swearing. It's like, gotta get to her, gotta get to her. Why isn't he responding? And then she, it looks like she's about to throw her phone, and then there's bands that like appear on her wrists, and they go up, and she's like, no, 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 and she gets frozen and is covered in black ichor. That, and only thing that glows are these bands that are on her, and wherever she is stuck like that. Then it flashes to the campus where you guys were, where you last remember seeing Cal talking to Minnie and apparently his brother, with the glowing pentagram and everything, and it's a conversation. It seemed like it's the conversation before Cal approached, and Minnie's like, "Are you sure this is going to work?" It's like, "Yes, this will get your mother's attention. This will prove to my brother that I'm the better one. Everything's gonna go right. We're not harming anyone, are we? They're monsters. You don't need to worry about that." It's like, I didn't agree to kill your brother, Kai. We're not. We're just, trust me, just harming him a little bit. It'll be fine. And there's a glow in his eyes as Minnie turns away. It's like, all right, well, let's just get this started then. And he's like, yes, just concentrate on your anger that your mother abandoned you this entire time. And says other things, but his eyes are glowing in a way that doesn't feel like it's him. You have a feeling, Jinx, of this. If Cal was watching this, Cal would know for a fact this is not his brother. This is like either someone's controlling him or something. You just feel like there's something off about Kai. And it could be maybe he's mad with anger or power, or the corruption is taking him temporarily. You're not sure. And then the scene comes to like where Cal had approached and everything, and his brother takes off the head mask and everything. And what Cal wouldn't have remembered, because it all happened so quickly, is that his brother had a silver ornate dagger, and not necessarily stabbing Cal, but like slashing to get blood, and it mixes there, like the blood drops onto the lines that are there from the symbology of this summoning circle, and it taints everything. And the last thing you get that seems to maybe be important is maybe in between the 5 years. You're not sure because the ground is crumbled, but it's the same spot. And you see a very demonic looking person. Again, You probably have never seen Daruma before, heard of him. Um, he's a nasty, landowner type, that landlord kind. Definitely heard of him before. But this is Darumo, and he's just looking around in a very greedy kind of expression, very typical, like movie villain. And I was like, yes, I'm going to have the power and have all the power. San Francisco will be mine. And then he kind of kicks the burnt grass. I just have to figure out how to get rid of this stupid summoning circle. And then you're too overwhelmed. It was too much for you, and you fall back onto your butt on the floor.
Uh, um, um, well, that really broke the ice there. Ooh, um, so I saw something. I mean, I saw a lot of things. Demons, ancient, archaic beings behind me and my wildest imaginations. And then I saw you, Cal. And everything that happened with when the spell went off that brought us here. Well, I'm getting ahead of myself. It seems that Carl, the fog demon, was being absorbed or destroyed. He said that this couldn't be good for the city, and his fog disappeared, and he was just a shell of what he once was until he disappeared. I didn't recognize the other demon though, but I do remember Minnie. She was running, trying to reach you, Cal, and then she was with your brother. I don't know. There's something about your brother that just didn't rub me right. Apologies again. Read your thoughts before and got a sense of who he was, and this he just seemed kind of off. I don't know, but that ain't the worst of it. Some weird demon, some slick like '90s villain, dude, kind of appeared and talked about how he wanted to have all the town, the world. You know what they say, laughing and maniacally, and
Drama.
I guess, and your blood was a catalyst, Cal. It tainted this summoning circle, and he specifically said, as like everything will be his. He just has to find a way to get rid of this damn, excuse my French, summoning circle. And I couldn't take any more after that. Uh, it's just these blood leading getting worse. Anyway, uh, um, I don't know what that means.
Minnie hands you some tissues, by the way.
Oh, thank you, Minnie. Uh, I don't know. This is. I don't know much about demons and magic to that level. I defer to you. Y'all the experts.
I would trust the Fae more. I unfortunately am no expert in magic. I have a feeling he knows something.
Dr.
I've
Gladio?
I've been studying these papers for like 4 seconds, so I am an expert now because I'm a doctor, and that's how that works. So I need just like 2 more minutes, though, please. Just let me focus for like 1, 2 minutes, three maybe. I got it. I got it. And can I like just really see if I notice anything, and like
Yeah.
sort of do my face stuff?
Yeah, roll spirit.
All right, come on, Rose Quartz. I need a good die, and I also have a -1 on this roll. But she's on my side tonight. That's double 4 on the dice, -1, so 7 plus heart, or what'd you say?
Spirit.
Spirit +1, so 8.
Okay, yeah. So it takes you a minute as you're reading. You kept getting a little distracted by some of the other text and some images and everything. And you realize that Kai was speaking not necessarily in code, but a little bit. You can tell that they were in like a fugue state, like what they were writing down. It's kind of like when you try to write your dreams afterwards, but the reason why you can figure certain things out is because it's very much, especially what Jinx had said about him wanting to take over everything. He is very obsessed with the Fey court. Because the one thing, despite everything that's gone on, that you have put together, listening and everything, is you can't have Fey magic without having a court. Like that's just not how it works, and he's been failing in this. And this was supposed to be an attempt to bridge the gap between the demonic worlds, so capturing a couple of demons, to bridge to enter into the Fey realm. And there's notes indicating that this was supposed to be a way for invasion, essentially. And what you remember of what Jinx said of her memory of being disappointed by the Fey Queen, is you get the feeling that the it's not this barrier that's cutting you off from the Fey courts. The Fey courts shut off. They're like, nah, fuck this. We are not touching the human realm until they get their shit together, But actively, they're trying to invade the Fey realm, and that's what is part of what this was supposed to have been. But you would get a good feeling that didn't work out the way he wanted it.
Okay, so I figured some things out because your brother's a weirdo. But good for you, or good for me, that I like weirdos and it let me figure some stuff out. And the stuff it is really a planar portal connection. It was supposed to touch the Fey realm, but the fairy courts have said no and closed their doors to the people. So the demon said, let's go around the people right to the Fae's doors. And that's why they hate you, Jinx, because you didn't tell them that the demons were trying to get into the house. Because the demons, I don't know if you know, but the fairies and the demons have a little bit of a tough time being friends. But you see, I don't care. I'm fine with you. I'm fine with you, Cal. We have had no problems. But generally, we don't get along.
Well, in my defense, it's not like I can just will this to happen. I have to be at the right place, the right time, touching the right thing.
I have no ill will towards you. It is don't shoot the messenger, shoot the no, don't shoot the queen. I take that back. Oh, in her name, I'm so sorry. But anyway, the thing is, so this is a portal spell, like a tube, like a celestial tube spell. It's like a telephone connector portal door. I don't know how many more words you need me to. Do you get it?
Yeah, like a wormhole.
Oh, wormhole. Oh, I loved that show with Morgan Freeman on the Science Channel.
Yeah, I do like the science myself.
Oh, you've never seen it? Oh, you're missing out. I'm so sorry. Anyway, go ahead. Yes.
Is this what we should be discussing right now?
No, but that was in the paper. That was on the paper. Anyway, okay. So now that we know what the spell is, how do we use it? Because he fucked up. Sorry. And
he changed things.
Yeah, he did
So-
change things.
With your blood, I think, by the way, Kale. I don't know if your blood has something to do with it, but it tainted the spell, for what it's worth. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. And there was a weird ornate silver dagger was used to stab you. I don't know if that's significant or not.
I would like to, I think, figure someone out.
Sure. Who do you want to figure out?
I want to figure out my brother and if I know what knife he's talking about.
Okay. Technically, figure someone out has to be with someone that's there.
Okay. Never mind.
Yeah. Let's see. Let me see if there's anything else that you could do that would be similar to understanding. Because, yeah, I mean, it's your brother. It's definitely your brother. Whether or not he's being controlled by other things, Let's see. I think what we'll do is it'll be I'll have you roll his circle, which currently is wild.
Okay.
To find like yeah, you're trying to figure him out, so you don't get those particular questions. But if you roll well, you'll get some sort of answer to this.
All right. I believe that it's a 10.
Okay. Um, so is it specifically about like what he was doing with the dagger, or what was his intentions, or
Uh, so like, what was he? I feel like he was gonna stab me. So I feel like, what was the dagger? Do I recognize it? Like, was it his? Like, do I remember him having it from like an earlier time?
okay? You actually, when you think about it, the closest thing you can think of, for once, it wasn't Doramo, but it was another like tainted that you've encountered, had talked about a silver dagger and everything, and it's supposed to, it's a general Fey item, but nobody knows. It's from a court that no longer exists, and such. And some of like that particular tainted demon patron wanted it and couldn't find it. And they're like, "Oh, you're a local. They like, have you heard?" And you hadn't heard anything regarding this, but
Mm-hmm.
prior to this tainted talking to you and everything, so you know it has to do something with that. As for why your brother might have it, however managed to find it either through Doramo or someone else, um, you you kind of get a feeling with everything that's going on that your brother's trying to change something intrinsically, and you like you feel that he's trying to find a way to undemonify you. And there's only very specific ways to do that. The Fae could be possibly one of it, and it could be why he's gunning for Titania. Everything else that's happening, you feel is Doramo's influence, and that's the
Okay.
sense you get. Yeah.
Why are all of the young people in my life so good yet so misguided? And I explain this to my companions here. Um, it just hit me.
Who hit you? You're shocked. You're stunned. Are
No,
you
like after
okay?
explaining like all that stuff to you, like it just dawned on me that that is what it was happening.
I can't believe it either.
You all right?
I mean, I guess I have to be. We've got way too much to do.
Minnie finally speaks up after listening. I think if we're going to try to reverse this, I think we have to go back to City College.
Where it all happened.
Maybe if we mixed our bloods together again, or everybody's bloods, that way you all have a tie
Uh,
back in.
GM, can I roll a where is it? I think it's a figure someone out. I mean, she did try to kill us. I know she's good, but
Yeah,
mixing our blood together, that's a little sus.
yeah, for sure. You can roll that. She is still technically Mortalis.
I'm not stopping you from this roll. This is important.
I'm not in her circle, but I will roll with mind. Okay. Oh, I see a 5 and a 2. So that's 7. I think I might have a negative. Hold on. No, I have a 1. So that's an 8.
All right. So yeah, you can ask her questions, and she can technically ask you.
So, what do you think honestly was going to happen without mixing our blood? I mean, blood magic is dangerous magic. Even I know that, and it got us into this mess. I mean, I know it was just Cal's blood, but all of our bloods, we are kind of a hybrid of all types of supernatural creatures. It seems kind of dangerous.
And her reasoning is that from what she's witnessed for the past 5 years of all these experiments that are happening, and what was really happening to a lot of the creatures of the wild and such, um, it it seems to make sense because you all are out of time, so you all aren't tainted by what's happened in the 5 years, and she thinks that that would be a way to ensure you go back, and she's afraid that there might be another weird like mishap with the ritual where maybe you might get jumped further in the future or actually die. And she thinks if she uses the intention of like, this is what I want now, that it will help go back, because she is desperate. There's nothing of this she wanted. And
Uh,
she can ask you a question. Um And I think she is going to ask, how can she put you in her debt?
well, if you want to owe me a favor, you make sure that my friends make it out of here alive and back home. That's all I care about right now. If you can ensure that Cal, Dr. Claudio, and Jorgen make it back to the past alive, that's all I want. And I'll do whatever you need. I'll tell you whatever future you want, whatever I can do.
If this is successful, then I won't remember anything. I hope you'll keep that promise.
I have my powers works in mysterious ways. Uh, I can see things that had happened, will happen, could happen. I don't know in my heart the goodness and the favor that you have done for me. I promise you, I'll repay this debt.
And she nods. And I think she tells you, Jorgen, to like let the thrall know to come back to City College, to the campus and everything and all that. She does warn everybody that if this does work, this won't matter, but the thralls are probably going to disappear in
That's
this
fine.
future.
I can make more.
And with that, um, she actually has like a special amulet that she had that was also hidden with all the scrolls and everything. It's like, all right, can use this one time. Are we ready? We'll teleport immediately to there, so we don't have to worry about my bodyguards or anybody catching us in the street. And then we'll get this started.
Have we made all of our preparations for the ritual, though? Are the runes ready, or should we prepare some on the post-it notes?
Game Master, after giving all the information to my Tomato Valley Cult Club group chat, am I confident they have set everything up exactly how I required them to?
Oh yeah, they went above and beyond.
Yeah, everything's good to go. All we need to do is go there and carpe some diems, baby.
Oh, they sent you pictures. I feel better now.
Yeah. It's really cute. They're doing like selfies. They're trying so hard.
Oh,
Oh.
okay. I appreciate it. Okay, I think we're ready now.
All right,
Alright.
yeah, and the amulet glows, and you all get enveloped in white light and everything. And then for a few moments, you feel like you're falling, like just that drop, like when you go on a roller coaster, and then you all land in the center of the campus where you all were before when this all started. All broken buildings around you, and you now can't. You didn't see it before when you guys woke up and everything, and most of you didn't see it previously, but you now do see the burnt grass, the ruined dirt and ground of where the spell was. And there's a couple areas you finally see where there was like attempts to like dig like and just ruin like the thing, and like you finally see like broken jackhammers and everything. This summoning spell that's etched onto the ground is there permanently, it seems like. Almost like a permanent wormhole.
Oh, that was a bit trippy. Oh, so, we here.
Great. No time to lose except what we already lost. Let's get to that symbol. Let's get the thralls ready. Whip ourselves back in time.
Lead the way.
Yeah.
I start leading the way to my thralls, arms out raised, all my T-Swift bracelets, Coachella paraphernalia just clicking and jangling in the air, and I'm just like, "Oh, my fellow star children, what's up? I have missed your essences. I'm so glad to see you all today. How are we feeling? How's the vibes? Are they immaculate? Yes?
There's thousands of people here, by the way, for the three of you to notice. They're surrounding, like coming up the mountain campus and stairs, and they're all singing different songs, like Swifty or whatever. But like we're not loud, but it's just like it's a little unnerving for the three of you to see this, and Jinx, you especially, considering you saw what you saw in the future of what Jorgen could possibly become. And these are the most, and majority of them are human, but you do see others that definitely give off like other non-human vibes and such. But they do look more zombie-like, more than anything Jorgen has ever done to any of his thralls. It looks like they've been through shit the past 5 years, and they do, yeah. There's something unnatural about how they walk, and like it looks fine in those selfies and everything, and they responded fine, but there's just something unnatural about them.
Okay.
JG, they're a little weird.
Yeah, they are a little weird. I reach out to one of them and said, "Hey there, how are you doing? How are you feeling? I'm sensing a weird energy from you. Like, do you need to be alone or something?"
Oh, I just feel very relaxed. It's good to have you back, JG. I mean, there was just no good energy with all these monsters around, and we've just been wanting the good energy again, JG. We want your energy, JG.
Well, and this is a solemn promise from me to you. Once we all work together and we bring this and we actualize this thing to work, it's gonna happen. I promise, big time. But let's just, for the sake to make sure that this does go very well, let's just get some distance and do exactly what I say. Do you feel capable? Do you feel like that's your vision?
And they open their mouth and they're about to say like maybe yes, maybe not, but I'm trying to see how I can explain this, because what comes out of their mouth is a song, but they're not speaking, like as if they're not singing it. It's just like very, very subtle, and you can't quite understand it. And then like other people, and you all notice this, they're like they had stopped singing whatever, like Swifty song or whatever, and they start opening their mouth, and there's this low roll of a song that's from the early 2000s, maybe. If anybody has seen Super Troopers, it's the German techno song, the little like wow, 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 wow.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Yeah. One of y'all in the chat even dropped the title of that track last week. I blame you, whoever you were.
Exactly. And you do know the feeling that you technically still have control of all of them, but at the same time someone else is controlling them too, which shouldn't technically be possible.
So, dope beat, my guy. Love it. Who's talking through you? Huh?
And they just take a step forward, and they kind of step like a zombie would, like as if they weren't human anymore. And it's slowly getting louder, and the one that you're talking to lunges at your throat.
So I reach again for that Desert Eagle. I take it, just get that sucker ready. And as he lunges to me, I'm like, whoa, I need to realign your chakras. to the back of your head, and I pull the trigger and fire point blank on this guy, and I tell to everyone, we gotta go now.
Yeah, so roll for blood, and as you roll for blood, the three of you, how else are you reacting? Because you see this, you sense this oddness, and then you see that.
I don't know if a crit exists in this system, but it's a 12 on the dive face, total of 14, and I'm gonna go with 6 wounds. This person is a faded memory now.
Yeah. There's technically you can take things to like advance those basic moves so that when you hit a crit, extra things happen, but those mechanically you'd have to take those advancements. Just FYI. But yeah. It's kind of like a slow motion, but we'll get to that slow motion bit. How is everybody else feeling?
Jinx definitely is freaked out and wants to grab Jorgen and say, "Good shot, but we gotta go." And we'll reach back and run to Jorgen and attempt to run back again with everyone else.
Is Jorgen like running towards the right place?
I'm going towards the symbol on the hill that my thralls put together. My ish thralls.
Yeah. Cal, do you want me to help Minnie get there quicker and safely? So you can maybe hurt these people?
I pull out my 9mm. Yeah, Jordan and I will stall. Get everybody set up and ready to go.
I'm gonna need your blood.
I'll be there.
Okay.
Really fast. Do you need my blood? Or
Yes.
would my thralls count? You do. Okay. Cal, maybe we retreat fire?
I don't imagine us staying here for very long. We'll catch up with them.
Okay.
I bent down to Minnie and I said, "Do you trust me? I promise I'm not a bad fae. I'm a good fae.
I'll trust you for now.
I promise you." And my word is my bond.
All right. She nods.
Have you ever seen a summer bear? And as I do that, I'll shake my hair, and then I will start to shift and shape change into a giant brown bear and grow in size. And I have this like golden blonde, like you'll never see a real bear that's golden blonde, but you see these like summer streaks through him. And as I do that, I'll like bend down to like pick her up. And it says I can designate 3 people to still understand me, so I will choose my allies. But to her, it will just be like a roar, and I will just sort of like lumber through these zombies and try and like trudge through.
Yeah, and she's like, whoa, like, and everything. But she's not too freaked out. She's just surprised. And yeah, Jinx, I assume your Jinx are going towards the circle and not staying back with Jorgen and Cal.
Oh, if I was pulling Jorgen to come with me, but if Jorgen's not coming, then I'm sticking with Jorgen to make sure he's all right.
Oh, okay. So yeah, so Claudio, you and Minnie get up there, and Minnie starts like the other extra preparations. She's like, "Wow, those thralls really are scarily good at this stuff."
I'll shift back into my fae form and be like, "I haven't done that in so many years," and I'll start helping her with any other preparations.
Yeah, and there's like just a few things that she had brought to like set up and everything. Like there's a couple of like ritual symbols that have to be on fire. There's a couple kind of like fifth element, like the different elements, that you can easily help with. And
Kobe, man, I don't smoke no more. Kobe. I love
that's
that
my
movie.
favorite. Yeah, it's my absolute favorite movie of all time. And back to the other two. Yeah, the thrall starts coming and starts to congregate. To the 3 of you. Like the sound gets louder, and it starts to be like almost ear-piercingly loud and everything. And it's only until they get within a few feet of any of you that they start to try to like lunge and attack. Even though they don't transform, they seemingly are human, but they just are acting like zombies and undead type. And so are you both planning to just do the very classic shoot as many as I can until the bullets run out.
I mean, I'm thinking that. What are you thinking, Cal?
I am definitely thinking that with us like taking steps slowly backwards, like almost as if like we have one hand kind of feeling behind us so we don't like back into something. Maybe even, going like Mr. and Mrs. Smith style occasionally, just like shooting past each other and doing all this other stuff and just like we got a couple extra clips so we can.
And if I run out of bullets, I'm going to throw my Walther PPK to Cal and pull out my freaking sword and just like Highlander this mother trucker, just like striking them one strike, one kill, parry, cut, all the way up.
Nice. And then Jinx, what are you doing?
Jinx is gonna see that they're taking offensive and will pick up. I mean, Jinx doesn't have any weapons and is pretty frail, but she's a fighter and will just pick up whatever's on the ground and kind of like, get away, yeah, get away. I know how to. Actually, Jinx is from the South, Louisiana, and we know how to do a nice new rodeo. So if I can maybe find some type of string or something around, or a whip, or anything, and I can use to kind of keep them at bay, just be like this is just like hog tying up in the rodeo. Yeah.
Yeah, you do still find strands of the banners. They're still pretty strong. The banners are pretty tattered and everything. So yeah, you're able to do that. All three of you roll blood because you're turning to violence. And all three of you will have a +1 with this.
Oh, that is a 10. Oh wait, hold on. I'm gonna have a negative. I'm pretty sure I do.
That's a dirty 12.
Oh no, it's a 0, so a 10.
7.
Okay, so yeah, Jinx and Cal, you guys are like the stars of your own action movie, just like brilliant and everything. Jorgen, you're doing pretty damn good. Like, this is like you just have a little bit more stumbling and everything. They, some of the thralls stop doing the song and just say they're echoing things you've said over the decades. So not just as Jorgen Gyada, but also as Grok and also,
God,
all of that.
Like, you can see me, like, sword fighting, and I hear them, like, God, it's so cringe. What did I think I was doing? Just cut another guy's head off.
Yeah. And yeah, you're able to keep a lot of them back and kill a good amount of them, but it's okay. We're gonna change the future anyways and all that. And but all three of you do manage to get back to where everybody else is. Claudio and everything's set up and everything. It's just like we'll just get Minnie's just like, okay, we just need the blood of everyone, and then oh shit, they're here. And then her eyes roll back onto her head and she collapses.
Oh no! I grab her before she hits her head on the ground. I will.
Minnie, wake up!
She said they're here in a really ominous way. I'm going to pick up where she left off. Give me your bloods, please.
Okay. Here you go.
Thank you. And in that spot, please, where the blood is trickling down in the center of the ritual, there's like a little bowl, and I'm sure some of it has splattered into that. You next, me next, and I will pick up a knife or ceremonial thing that we have and say, my blood is blue. And slice my hand and squeeze, and a few cerulean drops will mix in with the crimson red from Jorgen.
And I'll go. I'm gonna go a little Naruto ninja style and by my finger. There's some blood in there. You when you have to suck out the rattlesnake venom from the south. That's how we do it. There you go.
How many rattlesnakes? Never mind. We don't have time. Cal.
We don't have time.
Claudio, just pass me that knife.
I will flip it to you.
And I cut the backside of my hand, um, very shallowly, just so I can get some blood.
The
And
sanest
then,
of everybody else is just like,
right,
yeah.
and even though Minnie has like passed out, I still need some of hers as well. So I will gently, as much as possible, just like cut like her fingertip and like get some
As you're
blood.
about to do that, you hear a sound like of something flying through the air, and a like short dagger hits your hand and knocks your hand away, for before cutting. And you all look in the direction of where that was happening, and you see two people. Cal, it's your brother, and it's
Fuck.
Doramo. No, sorry,
Close.
sorry, not two people, three people. Jorgen, you see your sire.
Oh no.
Rip Stallion.
Exactly.
That guy sucks. And I'm just like, Cal, give me my gun back. Give me my gun back, Cal. I gotta fucking
Here's
shoot
your
this
big
guy.
gun back.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, I got the katana and I got the gun. I'm feeling so freaking 2000s. Let's go. I'm gonna kill that guy.
And Kai is the one that speaks and is like, Cal, you are not stopping this. You are not reversing this.
Like hell, I'm not. You can't just change time in the natural order of things.
You changed the natural order of things.
I made a bargain to save my brother.
And then you never came back from it.
It's not something you come back from. Why don't you understand that? It's just a part of who I am now.
It doesn't have to be. That was the whole point of this. I was going to go to the queen, and she could change it. She could rip that tether you have with that bitch.
Kelly is not a. Anyways, why didn't you try to talk to me about it? You apparently knew where I was at all times, talking to my ward.
And before he says anything, Naramo just kind of starts laughing. And is very much, we don't have time for this, Kai. No, you're just letting them have the chance, like, pointing, because you guys obviously distracted. The ritual circle is glowing. Like, so it's already starting your spell and everything because you have almost all the blood in there and everything. Besides, it's just useless. Just kill him. They can't do it without the pages anyways.
Pages? What pages?
And Claudio, even though you don't have the pages anymore, you don't realize you just know exactly what he's referencing.
Maybe, Travis, don't want to give it away that that I know. I would like to let it out. And,
Okay.
in this moment, Jinx was the last one to put Cal was. Jinx put her blood in though, so I'm right next to it. I'd like to smear a little bit of that and use it as a catalyst as I let it out to connect with her.
Yeah, you can do that. And Jorgen, while this is all happening and you're like ready to kill your sire, you need to roll keep your spirit because your sire is psychically trying to control you.
And I roll a spirit myself, correct?
Yes.
That is only a 6.
And to clarify, I am trying to keep my cool.
Yes, you're trying to keep your cool to prevent him from taking you.
Cold blood
So-
is the best thing I've ever chosen. Okay.
So even with the 6, Claudio, It's technically not it doesn't have to be a fail. It could just be. Well, flavor this is. Are you trying to do the connection thing?
Yeah, I was trying to connect to Jinx and tell her that I
So
have the
what
pages.
happens is you connect to Jinx, but instead of just being able to talk to her, you give her the complete memory
Oh,
of how you
okay.
took it. And she now knows.
What do I now know? What goes into my mind?
That he has some of your grimoire pages.
Dr. Cloud, what do you
Shush. It's important. I'm sorry.
No. Get away from me. Get away from me. The hell's you've been lying to me.
Trixie
Oh,
Faye!
damn.
Trixie Faye! Sorry. I had to.
All this time.
It's
you
okay.
had-
I didn't know what it was.
But you did know. I can feel you, man. You knew it belonged to me.
I did know that. Yes, I knew that. I couldn't give it to you. It was not mine to give.
I thought we were friends.
We are friends, Jinx. The papers will bring us back. I'm sorry. I will
Friends?
owe you.
I don't give a fuck about your debts or what you owe me. We were friends. I thought we were friends. You've been. And I take out my grimoire and it's like flip to the page of the parts with the missing pages. You know that I need the one thing that I wanted. I don't want much. Was these pages to find out who I am. You've been hiding it from me for how long? I want to know how long you knew.
Not that long. Like-
How long, Dr. Claudio?
Like 12 years?
I want to let it out.
Yeah. As you do that, Jorgen, what did you get?
I got an 11.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe it's because you're a bat at a time, you know. He does not have. He should. He, by all rights, should still have the control over you in there. But it's only been a couple of decades. You can't have outranked him, out leveled him, essentially. But maybe because of this, all this is going on, and your connections with everybody else, and your little bit of self-actualization, like, nah, he has nothing on me. He abandoned me. I've done all of this on my own. And you can actually do, if you want, which I'm presuming you're, I forget what it's called, but like reverse like feedback to him.
Oh wow. Yeah. I'd like to reverse feedback. But I also
And it could be attempting to control him back, or it could just be pain.
I want to let it out.
All right.
If I'm allowed to. I'm not too familiar with some of the rules here, but I want to let it out. I want to see him use insane vampiric speed to fire 2 bullets, run faster than the bullets, put the blade to the back of his head, and run him into both bullets from blade back. If that's possible. I know it's a lot, but I want to freaking kill
roll
this
for
guy.
it.
Okay.
And Jinx?
So I rolled a 9 with 5, 6, 7 plus 2 is 9 on my let it out. And I will take the corruption because she is pissed to high hell. And this is more of like what she's going to do is she's going to go and grab Claudio right on his arm, barehanded. And I'm going to use my ability to frighten or impress. Frighten is the part I want here. Someone with knowledge of their past. I want to like dig into the past and see everything that who is Dr. Claudio and use that against him. I'm really corrupted. I'm about to re-corrupt again.
Beautiful. Yeah.
Just grab you. really hard around his wrist.
Would you say you're in a like emotional, vulnerable state as you touch me?
Yeah. Oh, very emotional, very vulnerable. I'm letting
Okay.
everything out.
As you do that, I'd like to return the favor when you're done. Because my ability requires to touch. So as you touch, you feel this. I want to do something back.
Yeah, so both of you get these memories of Claudio, of like you get, and you can say no to this, Travis. The memory of the reason why you got kicked out of the Fate Court, and you get the memory of Titania like saying like you have to go, and you get the memory of people looking, the other Fae looking at you like, oh, poor almost courtless one, kind of thing. And then the memory of your brother finding you when you first met Jorgen, and the jealousy that, and this is something that I don't think you noticed at the time. Obviously, you've been you've been sucked dry at the time. That the jealousy that your brother had is related to the fact that he wanted to connect with you, and just took everything out of context. It was the 90s, and all that. And so that is brought upon you. Whether or not that actually does affect you, Claudio, of like feeling the regret or not, that's up to you. But that's what both of you are witnessing at this moment. And it will, again, since it was a mixed success, Jinx, it will, you're burning up your energy, your power and everything. So you're going to get a negative. If there's another roll, you'll get a -1 to the following roll.
Right. And I want to say, feel your shame. Feel everything over and over again. For shame on you, Dr. Claudio. Feel your past. Let it haunt you.
You see, as you hold on to him and feel him and you call forth these memories, you see and feel his body like stretch and change, and he's going back into his full Fae form. His ears are super long, his face elongates, his hair sort of ignites a little bit, and a sort of glow surrounds him. And he has the weird giant eyes that make him look alien in this moment. And he says, "You do not know how deep my shame goes. It is a sun well that can never be filled. I hurt the queen's child. I was trying my best, and I had thought I was a savior to the name of the sun. You do not shame me more than she has. I am lost and stand in the shadows. Do you know how that feels to be a child of light in darkness? Yes, you do. Yet you try and shame me further. Go ahead. What is another 100 years of it?" I accept your punishment.
I release you and just and just tears of blood come down from this just the amount of power she had used before when she back at the hideaway, and she just falls to her knees, not talking to Dr. Claudio.
Jorgen, what did you roll?
A 12.
Your dice really love you.
They like me being violent, so what can I say? I don't know.
Yeah, what you had described earlier happens. It will. You do all of this. There's something about it that seems off. You're not sure what. As you destroy your sire, completely. He doesn't even get a chance to say anything because he was surprised that his control of you didn't work, and he collapses, and he starts to very slowly, like movie drama, slowly disintegrate. So it's not like immediate, and everything. And you feel strange, and you feel a weird, like, burning sensation inside of you. You're not sure what's happening to you right now, but you did stop one of the three and everything. And yeah, all of this is happening around about the same time. The drama that's happening between our poor Jinx and Claudio. Um, Minnie is slowly starting to wake up again. Her own nose having some blood trickle out. Cal, there's Doramo who's been speaking. There's your brother there. You do get the sense that it seems like maybe Doramo has had his claws in your brother for longer than you thought. What do you want to do in this moment?
I would love to let it out. Um, and by letting it out, I'd like to imbue my touch with demonic corruption. I know that Dorama is obviously a demon as well, but seeing all of my friends and like seeing Jinx kind of just lose it, but also seeing Jorgen kind of gear up for this. I know it's to protect Minnie for me at the end of the day. And I know my friends are also there to have my back. Which is another corruption trigger. Getting me to a full bar. And I think I'm going to pick up just below the surface, which allows me to assume my demon form without a roll and gain all of the options.
Very nice. Yeah. You do this. And yeah, let it out. So you can do your demonic touch as you are transforming into your full self and everything. And I think we'll add that if you get a 10 plus, the let it out will do even more harm because you are in your full self.
Okay. Cool. What is one forward?
Usually that you get a +1 forward in your rolls until like
Okay.
the end of the scene. So not just once, but like yeah.
Okay, cool. So I will roll blood.
Yeah. And you don't have any debt over drama, right?
No.
Okay, just making sure.
No. $11?
Nice. Yeah. It seems like you have all this rage, you have all this protection. You've been doing everything you've been good. For being a tainted, you've been good, you know?
Just
Like
trying to do my job.
yeah, exactly. Like you're mad at the fact that this thing has twisted your brother for you don't know how long. It could have been since the beginning for this petty rivalry that you two have had. And you again just want to save your brother. And you reach out and you well how do you attack him? Like do you just grab him? Do you try to claw his heart out?
So I think like in my left hand, because Cal's left-handed, uh, my claws kind of become more like delicate and elegant because they're holding the gun and still being able to be dexterous with that. But my right hand, the claws um sort of elongate and then come to a point, and as I take this demonic form, um they just keep elongating until this like black obsidian uh sword forms in my hand, and I'm just going to come as quickly as possible, just lunging forward and like using this like demonic senses and movement, which includes flight. I'm moving it like with the wind as I like try to impale this guy, this demon, with my sweet, sweet demonic sword.
Yeah, and everyone can witness this if they're able to look in your direction. And he just screams bloody murder, and it sounds for everybody else very inhuman, and it echoes in the campus and everything. And even all of Jorgen's thralls start screaming like that, like echoing that. And you everybody can feel the anger, not just Cal's anger, but also Doramo's anger at like being thwarted and everything. And he explodes into a million pieces and just like kind of flames up as like those pieces are falling, and everything. And you get knocked back. And just for a bit of like, creative thing, when you get knocked back, you didn't know you had the pages. Claudio didn't know you had the pages. They get flicked out from wherever you would normally keep any paperwork on you, but you're in your dragon form, or not dragon form, demon form, and at this point Minnie's woken up and she's like, what, and she sees all this and she's like, oh shit, and the papers land in front of her, and Jinx, you see this and everything, and
Could I
and she
reflavor
just,
that?
yeah,
It's the pieces of paper that fall out of his pocket, sort of catch the wind, and they're the pieces of paper from the lantern I let go at the beginning of session 1.
ooh, very nice callback. Yeah,
We love a good callback, baby.
exactly.
I love it.
And yeah, but you recognize, Jinx, that this is the paper and everything, and Minnie just looks at it, and I think that's right. That's why we waited until midnight. And she quickly, like, the little dagger that Cal was going to use to cut her is like right near her, and she quickly cuts her finger and drops it in, and she touches those paperwork, not to grab it, but just to have a connection, and she has a flash, and then she looks at you, Jinx, and you're still visibly upset, right?
Oh yes, Jinx is very upset right now.
And she just blinks at you, and she does a thing that you've seen one or two other oracles do, where they talk in a different voice. And she talks in a different voice, and it's a southern accent. You don't recognize the southern accent or the voice itself, but she goes, Mija, Mirabel, you're better than this.
How what how do you know my name?
We gave you your name.
No.
If you want to go back, you cannot have this anger in your heart, or you will ruin this spell. We're waiting for you.
Mama, is that you? Please.
And
Don't leave me.
she starts to nod, and then again she kind of like almost seems like she's gonna fall and faint again for like the second time, but then she comes back to herself and she's like, we need to finish this. I think we're ready.
Wait, please bring her back. And Jinx will go over and grab her on her shoulders. Bring her back. Bring back my mama. Please. It's your Mirabel. Is it your Mirabel?
I'm sorry, I don't know. And Cal and Jorgen, do you guys come closer now that you've technically, I mean, wait 1 second, I have to cough. Cal, your brother is kind of frozen. Not literally frozen, but like kind of like the fuck? Like both of his allies are gone. And actually, sorry, yeah. And he starts booking it towards the circle, towards technically Jinx at the moment. Like no, we're we're not gonna have this happen again.
I'm gonna come back with the head of Rip, just kind of talking to him like your vibes suck, Rip. And as I come back to the hole, I throw the head down to the center and I say to everyone, look, we have a small amount of time to clutch this just right. Whatever pain we're feeling, whatever hungering and longing we have, we will have 5 more years to accomplish that if this works. But if we fail, we will have no time. Whatever feelings we have, whatever anger, hatred, confusion, we have more time if and only if this works. Straighten up, take a deep breath. The blood has already been paid. Let's get the hell back home, and let's do it now. Y'all ready?
Let's do this.
Okay. Dr. Claudio, you're a doctor. You know things. Everything is set and ready. The lights are lighting. The mini is mousing. Are you ready to go?
I think we are.
All
I
right.
think.
All right, all four of you roll spirit. Um,
That's my worst.
No.
Come on, crit. Yeah, my nuts.
Do I still have that -1? Yeah, I still do. I didn't roll that.
Yeah.
bad. So that was a 13. No, and -1, so a 12.
I rolled a 10.
That's a 3.
a 3.
Um.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
it's a 3.
Total of 11 for this guy. Actually, -1, 10. But yeah, no, it's
Okay.
It's good.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, Claudio does the last bit of it. Minnie is kind of like she's out of it, but she is mumbling like the spell, the last bits of the spell too. And as Cal, you have a choice. Your brother, you know, whatever crazy that like is still in him from Doramo could possibly complicate this, could possibly fuck it up as he's coming and he's using whatever abilities he's garnered. You could either let him attempt that and just focus on going back, or stop him.
I think it's extremely important that if, at the very least, I don't make it back, that the rest of my friends do. So I go and try to stop him.
Yeah. So you take a step backwards and you like wrap your arms around him, and he almost has like the same demonic force and strength as you, like that you just have to hold him like as if you're, I don't remember exactly the football terms, but like the linebacker, kind of thing, like this, like struggling, pushing forward and everything. And but there's no more time. Like you can't do both right now. And Claudio, you have to do it now.
All, all right, I will. I will put my hand in the blood and slam my palms together, and I will say, "In the name of the Summer Queen Titania, I invoke the radiant of the sun and the warmth and the fire. My name is Gideon Ignatius Maximilian Orion Claudio Maria Sunspot, the second son of the noble house of Radiant Daybreak, luminary court of the sun. I, with the blazing sun, heat this day. Grant me the power of weave enchantments as sun arrays break," and I will split my hands apart, and a golden wave will start to ripple out. "Grant me the power to weave enchantment in the sun, this shimmering heat where summer winds wend. By Titania's favor, my magic ascends," and I will push this further out. "The sunbeams dance a heated trance, so mote it be. The summery enchantments advance," and the last push will reverberate and weave. The doorway is open. We stand in the sun.
Cal, you gotta come now. Let it go. Please, it's not worth it. And Drinks will hold out her hand, trying to see if convince Cal to just come.
I can't let him stop any of this from happening.
If we
Make
go
it
back
right.
in time, we can stop everything. But if you do this now, we will never get a second chance.
And even as you say that, Cal, you know this is the right thing to do. Consequences be damned. And you all are covered, even you, Cal, for this moment, in the bright, shimmering, rainbow like light. And you all go unconscious. And Claudio, as similar to like before, where we had all gone unconscious and had a dream and such, you have another dream. And it's actually you witnessing a memory, and you don't know if this memory, you know what the memory happened, you just don't know if this happened in the future or in the past when everything, but it still feels significant. And it's your brother kneeling in front of the queen and saying, he's learned his lesson. He may enjoy being amongst the humans, but he's done his best to help them. And I think he could do better if he had our support again, my queen. And there's a look on his face like most brothers would have, like, ugh, I hate to give you props, but, he's doing this for us. I think we should give him another chance, my queen. And she clears her throat. Even if it means you take his place. He nods. And that's the dream you have. Jorgen, you wake up in this dream, so you're not woke. You wake up amongst your favorite thralls. It seems like it's at the end of the weekend of Tomato Valley kind of like thing that you had and everything. And usually most of the other thralls are still asleep, recuperating and everything, but there is one person who's sitting up who reminds you of Starla, but is not Starla. But there's like this like hints of like from what you, and she's like, good morning, Jorgen.
Good morning.
I just want to say it was, a great weekend, and I really do appreciate everything you've done for all of us, seeing the positivity and everything. And I mean, you get it. You really just get it, don't you? And I just wanted to say this was going to be my last time coming to your event. It's not because I don't enjoy, and she kind of blushes, everything that happens, but I have to go out in the real world again. And that means having some dark times and having some sadness, and there's nothing wrong with having that sadness, I'm just worried I'm not going to connect with anybody. And I don't want to be with somebody who doesn't like those parts of me. And I feel if I stay here with you and everything, I'll never find that person. But I did appreciate it.
You're right. That's the thing. We will believe a lie way more quickly than we will believe a truth if it's convenient, because it is easier to run away from the truth with lies as shoes. They're so fast. And we can run as much as we want, but we're just going to be tired with the reality chasing us. I'm glad I could give you an experience, but I'm proud of you. You finally made it out. Someone once gave me a little thing to remember. Confront, adjust, live. Or CAL for short. So I want you to go out there. I want you to be happy, and I don't want you to have to be happy running. I want you to be happy because you earned it, because you fought for it, because you confronted, you adjusted, and because you lived. Maybe later I'll see you around again.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I mean, you're such a fixture of the city, and I thank you, and I hope you get your chance too. You have to retire eventually, right?
As long as the universe has a plan for me, I have a plan for the universe. You go out and you live your life. Don't worry about me.
And she smiles and gives you a hug, and that fades away. And you vaguely remember this happening, but not. You didn't respond that way then. You did your normal thing of like trying to keep them in, but you now realize that this is how you feel if they actually get to, you know, decide to leave and such. And that's the sense that you're getting, like a proudness of yourself for that. Um Jinx, you're kneeling in front of the queen. You still have those feelings that you were feeling earlier of the betrayal of from Claudio, but also the desperation from thinking you heard your mother and everything. And the queen looks down at you. You know, it's not very often I apologize to anyone, let alone someone who's not Fae. But I do apologize to you, Jinx. I used you because humans are so easy to use and manipulate. But you have done something fantastic here. And I see that you will be doing more fantastic things if you choose to keep the burden you have. And if you don't, I will give you a blessing so that way you do not suffer for no longer being what you've hated to be.
Jinx looks up at the queen, staring her right in the eye, something she never does. Queen Titania, for years I have run away from who I was, who I am, what I am. I have hurt those that I loved. And I thought that if I got rid of this curse, that it will make all my problems go away. And I think a bit of me still does, but through this journey I've had with my friends, through the ups and downs, through what I thought was a betrayal, but it was just me lashing out, just finally seeing my mother, I think I realized this is not a curse. It may actually be a gift. I mean, a poison, it's only a poison, but you could turn it into a cure, in a sense. If I can use my powers right, like I did today, maybe I can help people. So, I'm not gonna run anymore. I'm gonna fight. And I'm gonna allow my friends. I realize that now. So, thank you, Your Majesty. I know you say that you used me and took advantage of me, but I think you helped me open my eyes to the truth. I'm worthy. I am worthy. And I'm not mundane. That's not my heritage. That's not who I am. I'm an oracle. And I won't keep running from the future. I'll run towards it. Something that Jorgen might say. So thank you, but no thanks. I'll keep these powers. And I'll continue to use them for good.
She nods and smiles at you. You keep that Claudio in check now. You hear?
I will.
And then your vision fades from that. Cal. You wake up and you're still in this weird future, in this weird alternate reality. All the thralls are burnt to a crisp. There's no one around you. Your brother doesn't seem to be there at the moment, even though you were holding him. You're still in your demonic form. And then you hear a slow clapping behind you. Do you turn around?
Yes. I turn around slowly.
And it's Kelly. Looks really worse for wear. But she's clapping. And she... You amaze me, Cal. I've had many humans be mine. But you went above and beyond every single time. Maybe I should take them younger.
You... I couldn't... I couldn't feel you before.
I was bound.
So it worked.
It did, in a ways. Your brother lashing out at you when the rituals first started caused a weird connection, so I didn't end up like Carl. But I was useless. I was stuck. You still managed to figure a way out.
I had to protect my charge.
I appreciate it, and once this reality disappears, I'll talk to Minnie.
What do you mean, disappears?
This reality no longer exists. This future is gone. That's why your brother's not here. That's why no one else, you don't... If you look beyond a little over the mountain, you won't even be able to see the sea anymore. It's slowly crumbling around.
So... Where do I go from here?
That's what I haven't figured out yet. Stuff like this is not my realm. This is usually Carl's realm when he has to deal with the bullshit of the city turning in on itself and such. I can bring you back. But I am a demon, Cal. I am not a benevolent being. Your brother, even if he was influenced, still used my little girl and went against me. Normally, I wouldn't respect payment in his soul. But you have been good, and you've kept my daughter safe. So, there is a possibility for most people like you to earn a way home, to earn a way to no longer be one of mine. You give up that right permanently. You become mine forever, and I won't harm your brother. I won't expect payment, and you get to live your life as you have.
I would take this on every day for the rest of time if it protected the people I care about.
She smiles. I knew you'd say that, but I wanted to make sure. It's not so bad being one of mine, right?
I mean, I do get to fly.
She laughs. Here's the thing. You better fix whatever it is between you and your brother. Because if he or any of your other family members or your friends try to go against me again,
I'll just have to figure it out.
you get no other second chances with them, Cal. I am not Carl. I don't care for humans. But I care for what's mine. And you are mine now.
Fair enough.
And you feel your heart start to beat faster and faster. And it's almost very similar to like a heart attack. And she's just looking at you calmly. And it feels like it's growing huge and hot and warm. And there's this like a feeling of like relief, rapture and there's pain, but not a lot of pain. And you fall to your knees and you're breathing hard and everything. And you know you still obviously have all your memories. You still can look human. But you know in your heart of hearts, in your soul, you are no longer human. You can never return to that realm, to that world of like that. And she nods. Bring my daughter to me when you've recovered, when she's recovered. And everything starts to fade. If you have one more thing to say, you can. Everything starts to fade, and you feel that same familiar, like from the like similar to the teleportation spell, where like you're falling, and all four of you wake up. Minnie stays unconscious a little bit longer, but all four of you wake up with the janitor. It's morning. The janitor kind of like pushing his broom against Jorgen, and muttering to himself like, "This is why I hate when they do these Dia de los Muertos parties. They just have an excuse to drink and sleep here all day." And it's just jabbing Jorgen with his broom.
What? Where are we? That. When are we? Sir, what's today's date?
It's the day after Dia de los Muertos. Well, of course.
I mean, what year?
2023. What were you drinking? Were you drinking the tequila with the worms in it? Did you know that those are not very good? And he starts going off on a rant about that.
Completely ignoring him, I turn to the group. We made it. We're back. We're back.
We made it. I look around. Cal? I see you. I see you, Jinx. Cloud, Dr. Claudio. Are we all here?
I think we're all okay. Is Cal awake?
Yeah, I'm here.
I see Minnie breathing. She's fine too.
Okay.
I'm a doctor.
You know what I have a huge craving for right now? First things first, I'm gonna drain this janitor. Then let's go to a waffles or something, or a pancake house. I don't know. Let's get some breakfast.
Did we
I
stop
need some
it?
breakfast.
Do we don't need to do anything, right? Did it? Is it end? Is it really over?
Jinx, just because we got out of there doesn't mean we have to stop preventing it from ever happening. There's a million ways that outcome could happen again. I gotta find my brother. And we gotta keep this one safe. I look to Claudio. You promised.
I will keep you as long. Yes, absolutely. No ill will. We made it. Phase words is their bond.
As you say that, Claudio, you have, it's not listed here, but a GM prerogative. You have a promise with someone who doesn't live in this area, um, who you've dealt with in the past. They they're a werewolf, not Jovita, obviously. And you made a specific promise to them like 15, 20 years ago about like, hey, you're not gonna do the thing where you're gonna summon the Eldritch Beast, right? We've been through this, right? You feel the pain of a promise broken.
Uh oh.
And then the warning sirens go off that doesn't ever work right of an impending earthquake. And as Minnie is waking up, she's like, oh God, I have such a headache. The ground rumbles. And that's where we'll end today.
Oh my god, that was so good.
Let's go.
So good.
That was so great.
I will fist fight an earthquake. I don't give a fuck.
What I do like to do at the end of a campaign is I know we're a little bit over time, I apologize, but everyone give a quick, like, minute or two epilogue, something that happens in the future that, you know, it could just be obviously maybe not related to this earthquake that's happening, that's a natural thing, but a scene that you, with yourself or with anybody else, to see where y'all are at in the future. If this Urban Shadows show ever gets a second season, you know?
I have an idea. I would like to team up with Jinx and maybe open up a soothsaying East Meets West style, like a shop where we give out readings and healings, and we do good for the community, and maybe not offer as, you know, give better deals, and help provide a better future for the people.
I would say that if I can flashback right before the end when we woke up, because I was just all in the feels, that Jinx probably would have jumped and put her arms around Jorgen and gave him a kiss in that moment. Just went for it, and I would like to see if maybe they spark some type of like because like he's thirsty and she's thirsty for him in that sense, but he's thirsty for her in the energy vampire said. So I want to know if I want to see some type of like maybe he loses control, kind of like Buffy Angel kind of thing, and Angelus comes out and ends up sucking her energy out or something like that. Who knows? That's my curiosity. But canon, she went and kissed him.
Exactly.
Hold on a second.
Cal?
If we're freewheeling here, I would say that Cal kind of takes the fear of his patron very seriously, and would also kind of never forget this experience and like begin repairing relationships with his brother and trying to like actually be like proactive and just checking in and having regular like hangouts and communications, and also now that I would know that Minnie knows who I am, I would like establish almost like I wouldn't say like apprentice relationship, but just like I'm still like kind of looking out for her as if she's my little sister now. And I would of course introduce her to her mother as soon as she was like feeling better.
Excellent. And Jorgen?
Okay, so I was looking for this. This is usually my coin when I'm doing GM work, but it's 50-50. And so we're going to start this off with the kiss. We're going to flip for it. Oh, that was not a flip. That was just a drag. There we go. Ow. Okay. Okay. Bad news. kiss is reciprocated, but Jorgen realizes the thing that he was attracted to was the chase.
Oh no.
A narcissist and a predator slowly becoming self-aware and trying to work on themselves. And as you start to talk more and like maybe even try to date, he realizes in order to protect you, he has to push you away and leaves you, ghosts you one night. Goes out on the road with a pack of thralls, just like a biker gang, and then he fades off the map for a few months. But then you start seeing a lot of suspicious talk about this life coach in Vegas who is becoming the next hot thing. And somewhere in Vegas, a smiling man with a haircut, no T-Swifty bracelets, etc., jumps on stage and says, "The power of positivity. Confront, adjust, live."
Yes.
Jinx is still like, I can fix him.
I use the power to find him.
Awesome. And the last thing, just real quick, I appreciate everybody's time. Stars. We'll do stars. What did you love about this session? I'm going to go first. I loved everybody. I loved everybody, just like all the emotional aspects, like leaning into like, oh, the roles and everything. I love that the dice were so kind to majority of y'all. But yes, just that incantation, Travis. Oh my God, mwah, beautiful. I just love getting the seriousness of Claudio for a moment, you know. And I mean, he's always serious, kind of. But that was just perfect. And Cal just like constantly making the decisions of like, no, protection. Like, yeah, this was what I'm made for and do. And just surprisingly, I don't get very many tainteds who are the straight man, essentially, you know. So it was brush of fresh air for that one. Jorgen, everything, just like the mini arcs that you went through with them, and then just becoming a whole badass and like, yeah, I'm just gonna shoot everybody, just like, yeah, like why not, you know. It was great. And then Jinx, oh, the emotion of like, you know, that hint of like your family's still out there, obviously they know they want to help you, and then the anger you had with Claudio, and then realizing, oh, it's misplaced anger, you know. It's like, y'all were fantastic. I would love to run this forever with y'all. So I'll pick on
gosh.
PJ.
Okay, so it's my turn to give stars to everyone. All right. Well, first and foremost, I want to give a star to Diana Moon for being the GM for this, taking us on quite the journey, surprising us at some of the greatest moments, and just letting us kind of taking the wish list and finding a way to make it work. I really wanted some combat, and that was, it was cool to like flash kill some dude. That was great. So thank you so much for that. To Omar, who played Jinx, I mean, everything, especially the last minute where you start to realize like who you were, this aspect of your identity that had been denied for so long, and now just I could feel the stakes and the desperation of just trying to get that answer, and that was such a beautiful, powerful moment too. And Cal, the hero sacrifice, it gets me every time, and you just being like, you saw the bell, you rang it, and you just went, and freaking love that. 10 out of 10. Travis, yeah, that incantation. First of all, it was beautiful and magical and haunting, and hearing your character switch. Which, by the way, flashback to episode 1. This guy's like, oh, I'm gonna keep this accent for like 15 minutes. 3 episodes later, you fucking legend, you're sitting here keeping it, and then you even start coming down from it subtly and smooth as all hell. Like, that was so well done, and everything with all the betrayals and your fey nature, like 10 out of 10. All of you, just love your role play and your choices. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Travis.
All right, yeah. Thank you so much for those compliments. I first will give it to you, Diana, for running this game. I think everyone's going to have very similar sentiment. Are a fantastic GM. You're very flexible, and the one thing that I can note is for you viewers, we have a chat, and we are very flexible and work so well together. So I just love how you're able to incorporate all of our wishes, like PJ said, and sort of make things happen. And it's hard to do that as we're all of us here are GMs ourselves and know how difficult it is. So props to that, and thank you so much, Omar. I love that banter. That was just pure gold. And like again, we were messaging separately, being like, "Oh my god, that drama was so good." So like, I live for that, and thank you so much for providing me that moment today. I literally wrote down PJ for you in my document. PJ, for when he texted the thralls, I put him in a group chat and messaged them, blah 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 blah. Like I immediately was like dead boss energy. Like that was so funny. And like the way you're like, my little tomato valleys, my little crops, I have written down. So like I just like the whole time has been fantastic. I love all of our energy. And Zeki, we're always just so fantastic. I love the dedication. I love the seriousness and the like commitment to our characters and how we have had that like back and forth. And you would like let me have that like moment with Minnie and got to showcase some other spells. So thank you so much. And the incantation, I've been sort of workshopping for a while. Like Omar knows, Zeki knows. I am a, I'm trying to say a bad word, but I'm like a slut for incantations. Like I just love it, like love it, love it, love it, love it. So I've been sort of workshopping like various phrases and things, and so like being able to like have that like magic moment is like fulfilling, just so fulfilling. So thank you so much for that, and I'm glad you noticed the voice change too, because I want to be like, he's a serious person, like from a noble court, and is like really in this moment calling his true nature, and it felt good to see people see it and appreciate it. So thank you so much. And I
And
guess go
then-
to Zeki now, right?
Yes.
Sure, yeah. Where to start? Oh my gosh. First, Diana, thank you so much for putting us through this like crazy twisting and turning story. I honestly did not know what to kind of expect as we like went through each session and even like scene by scene for a lot of stuff. It was such a like absolutely enjoyable time, and like for the first time, being one of your players, this was just like such an amazing experience, and I thank you so much for that. And then to all my fellow players, Jinx, aka Omar the Tailweaver, just like from the cosplay every session, getting more and more serious every time, and like just like all of the like emotion and passion that you put behind like all of your like big speeches and visions, and just like the nuance that you were able to kind of channel in really conveying like prophetic thought sort of thing compared to your normal conversation that you're having with everybody else in character. It was just like perfect, and I think made like the experience of like playing with a person named Jinx such like a great time. So like thank you for that. And like same with you, Travis. You've never been able to hold like an accent for more than like 3 sentences.
Like seriously, guys. Like this is a complete outlier, I promise.
So like this was such like a
I
fantastic.
just found my voice.
This was 12 hours of Travis doing a serious accent. Like fantastic. And that incantation, you are definitely an incantation slut, and I love it because it just adds way more depth to everything you're doing, and it never ceases to amaze. PJ, like we did that interview like almost a year ago, it feels like, and like I've like been wanting to like get into a game because we like hit it off really well. So like I was so happy that we could make this happen, and just like the the little like hints of comedy like really like put it over the top with like the toxic positivity and stuff like that, and like being able to like go back and forth and just like kind of pick on you a little bit but still like have that like camaraderie feeling to like come together and like kind of, see like real character growth in like a three shot. Like who like how often do you ever see that happening, like with like first time players like playing together? It's like pretty awesome. So like that was like such a fun time. So like thank all of you, and thank you all for like sticking with us and like watching us and like commenting in the chat. We love you very much for that.
Yeah.
Like this has been such a good, like, I feel like a showcase of like what you can do with like Magpie stuff. So this has just been a complete success for our Magpie Madness month. So thank all of you.
And last but not least, Omar.
First off, exactly what I was gonna do, Zach. Thank you so much to the chat first, because you guys were hilarious in there, chatting away. It was made it such a immersive, a big experience, like a family experience. So thank you so much for coming out and watching us. Um, I'm going to say, Zeki, we've known each other since high school or college. No, I say college, which is long time ago. And you always you never cease to amaze me with the skill that you have portraying your character. I can tell that you're a writer, you're a creator, you're an actor, in everything you do, from just seeing your moments with your patron, or that you had the moments with Minnie. You show such a degree of skill and knowledge of your character that it always just baffles me how amazing you are. So awesome job. Just I love spitballing with you. uh Travis, from the accent to the flourish, for the flamboyantly flourishing incantations to your very character, all of it was well thought out, and I see you put yourself so much into the characters because you love it so much. You're a big freaking nerd like I am. I mean, we all are, but like we are sides of the same coin, and I know exactly, or two peas in a pod. I think that's the right term, but just amazing. I love going back and forth with you. I always love playing with you when we do that, and I just had such an amazing time with your skill, with your characters and your descriptions. Just 1,000,000% amazing. That is true talent. Thank you so much, PJ, for not only joining us for Magpie Madness, but then making Jorgen and doing such an amazing job. You like we've never met. I know we messaged when you went on to the show for storyboard, but like to be able to be comfortable enough to play around with me, and we went back and forth, and with everyone else, I think one of my favorite parts, I actually clipped it, was today when you had that sentimental scene in that memory. I loved it so much, and it was almost as if I was like, "Is he just making this up, or is he reading? Like he's just making this up in his head? He just had this whole like shoe lies, running shoes." I'm just like, "Was he reading something? What the hell is this coming from? This is fantastic." So wow, that's all I gotta say. Amazing job there with the improv. Just wow, you're super talented. Yeah, I hope you know that. You're just amazing. This was so much fun. And Diana, I'm bound to the queen, bound to the queen. This is how I know you're the queen of Magpie. What skill, what panache, what amazing, just amazingness that you put on. None of us have played Urban Shadows before, and you made me, and I'm sure all of us, feel like we are, I'm gonna say experts, but like there wasn't none of that. Normally when you play, there's kind of what do I have to do, what I do, and there's awkwardness. It was just, you were like, how about this, and we were flowing. You command the stage so well with your GMing skills, and from everything, like this is the masterclass on how to GM, like, for sure. So thank you so much. You were our first show that we did, and it was an epic 3-parter. All I can say is just thank you, and you're amazing. Like,
Oh, thank you guys. You were fantastic. It was great. Yeah, I've not played with any of you before. And you made it easy. You made it easy and fun, and Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate having to be part of your Magpie Madness and everything. And yeah, I'm very happy.
Fantastic. Well, I guess that's the end. I don't want it to end, but yes.
Oh no, I don't want it to end yet.
It's the end for now.
But we have to say goodbyes to everybody.
uh, you would still have a few moments before we end the stream to enter in to see if you can win Wizard Kittens, the card game. Just enter in Magpie Madness. You just got a few more seconds before we sign off, and you could be entered in. And we have a mystery madness tomorrow where I will be GMing a game. Guess what? So stop by tomorrow, same time, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, to catch that amazing game. And then on Saturday, we close the week off with some masks, and I am cosplaying for that too. So stop by. I believe it's at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Saturday here at Attale D20s. Remember, you can catch everything Attale D20s at www.attald20s.com. Music today was provided by Attale D20s original soundtrack as well as Dark Fantasy Studios. Oh man, I guess all I have to say now is
Say the thing, say the thing.
Say
from
the
the
thing.
first chapter to the last page. Be kind to one another, spread love, and we will see you all next time. Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye.
Cue the outro.